They said he was quirkless, a nobody, a target. But the moment he took that blast, he didn't break, he absorbed it. Explosions, now his. Steel, now his skin. Power, pain, potential. Everything he touches becomes a part of him. This isn't a gift, it's an evolution, and once he adapts, there's no limit to what he can become. This is the rise of a Deku who doesn't just survive. He becomes what you fear most, your power made better. Welcome to What If Deku Had Absorption Powers, the movie.
Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you've got an idea for the next part or a brand new what if you want to see, drop it in the comments below. And if you're enjoying the ride, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap that bell so you never miss an upload. Now, let's jump straight into the story.
The summer heat pressed down on the small playground where 10-year-old Izuku Midoriya stood frozen, emerald eyes wide with fear. 3 boys surrounded him, led by his childhood friend turned tormentor, Katsuki Bakugo. Familiar panic gripped Izuku's chest as Bakugo's palm sparked with miniature explosions. "What's wrong, Deku? Thought you could stand up for that kid." Bakugo sneered, advancing slowly. "Quirkless nobodies like you should know their place." Izuku's hands trembled as he backed against the slide. The incident had started simply enough, Bakugo and his friends picking on a younger boy until Izuku, despite his better judgment, had stepped between them. Now he faced the consequences of his intervention. "Kakin, please," Izuku began, using the childhood nickname that had once represented friendship instead of fear. "Don't call me that," Bakugo barked, his palm crackling more intensely. "You think you can be a hero without a quirk? You're more pathetic than I thought." The playground had emptied except for them. No teachers, no parents, no witnesses. Just Izuku and his tormentors in the shadow of the metal jungle gym where they had once played as friends. "I just want to help people," Izuku whispered, his voice breaking, like All Might does. Bakugo's face contorted with rage. "You're nothing like All Might. You're nothing at all." What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Bakugo lunged forward, right hand extended, a blast already forming in his palm. Izuku raised his arms instinctively, a feeble shield against the inevitable explosion. The blast connected directly with his forearms, and Izuku braced for the familiar pain. But something different happened. Instead of the burning sensation he expected, Izuku felt a strange, pulling sensation from his skin. The explosion's heat and force seemed to flow into him rather than against him. A tingling warmth spread from his arms through his entire body, centering in his chest before radiating outward again. Bakugo's eyes widened in confusion as his explosion diminished faster than it should have. The force seemingly absorbed into Izuku's trembling arms. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Izuku felt it, power surging through his veins, crackling beneath his skin. He looked down at his hands in wonder as tiny explosions, identical to Bakugo's, danced across his palms. "What the?" Bakugo stepped back, genuine shock replacing his usual sneer. "How are you doing that?" Izuku stared at his hands, equally stunned. "I don't know." The other boys backed away, uncertainty plain on their faces. But Bakugo, never one to retreat, stepped forward again. "Stop copying me, Deku. Whatever trick this is." Something shifted inside Izuku then. 10 years of torment, of being called useless, of being told his dreams were impossible. All of it crystallized into a singular moment of clarity. He wasn't quirkless. He had a quirk. And right now, he had Bakugo's power. For the first time in his life, Izuku didn't feel afraid. Without thinking, he thrust his palm forward, mimicking Bakugo's technique. The explosion that erupted was smaller than Bakugo's would have been but substantial enough to send his former friend stumbling backward in surprise. "I'm not useless," Izuku said, his voice steadier than it had ever been. "And I'm not quirkless." Bakugo recovered quickly, rage replacing his momentary shock. "You!" He lunged again, but Izuku was ready. As Bakugo's exploding hand came toward him, Izuku sidestepped and touched the metal jungle gym beside them. Instantly, he felt another pulling sensation as the properties of the metal flowed into him. His skin took on a subtle metallic sheen. When Bakugo's next explosion hit him, Izuku barely flinched. The blast scorched his shirt but left his newly metallized skin unmarked. "My quirk!" Izuku realized aloud, wonder in his voice. "I can absorb properties from anything." Bakugo attacked again, but with each strike, Izuku either absorbed the explosion's force or let it dissipate against his metal-infused skin. For the first time, Bakugo looked uncertain, perhaps even afraid. "Stop looking at me like that," Bakugo growled, backing away. This doesn't change anything, but it had changed everything. Izuku felt the borrowed explosion quirk fading already, the tingling in his palms diminishing. The metal properties remained, however, his skin still gleaming faintly in the afternoon sun. "It changes everything, Kakin," Izuku said quietly. "I'm going to be a hero, not because someone gave me permission, but because this is who I am." Bakugo's friends had already fled, leaving the two childhood rivals alone in the playground. Bakugo's hands trembled, not with fear but with a complex mixture of rage and something else, perhaps the first reluctant seeds of respect. "This isn't over, Deku," he finally said, backing away. "Whatever this power is, it doesn't make you better than me. I'm still going to be the #1 hero." Izuku nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. "I'll see you at UA then." As Bakugo stormed away, Izuku examined his hands as the metallic properties slowly faded. His mind raced with possibilities. After years of analyzing other people's quirks, he could now experience them firsthand. The realization was both exhilarating and overwhelming. That evening, alone in his room surrounded by his hero notebooks, Izuku documented everything. The absorption of Bakugo's explosion had lasted approximately 15 minutes before fading completely. The metal properties had lingered longer, almost 30 minutes. He hypothesized that direct quirk absorption might be temporary, while material properties might persist until he chose to absorb something else. Over the following weeks, Izuku experimented in secret. He discovered he could absorb properties from any material he touched. Stone became hard skin, water allowed him temporary fluid movement, glass gave him transparency. Each absorption had its unique feeling, a signature of sorts that he quickly learned to recognize. More challenging was quirk absorption. It required direct contact with a quirk's effect, touching Bakugo's explosion rather than Bakugo himself. Each borrowed quirk lasted between 10 and 30 minutes depending on its power, and he could only hold 2 or 3 simultaneously before experiencing significant strain. His mother noticed the change in him immediately. The timid, tearful boy was replaced by someone who stood taller, spoke more confidently, and smiled more genuinely. When he finally demonstrated his quirk to her, absorbing the properties of their kitchen counter to turn his arm temporarily into marble, Inko Midoriya wept with joy. "A late bloomer," she sobbed, embracing him. "The doctors were wrong. You were just a late bloomer." Izuku didn't correct her assumption. Whether his quirk had truly manifested late or had awakened due to Bakugo's attack didn't matter. What mattered was that his dream was no longer impossible. By the time Izuku entered middle school, he was a different person. His analytical mind, once dedicated to observing others' quirks from afar, now focused on maximizing his own abilities. He trained rigorously, experimenting with combinations, absorbing rubber for flexibility, then metal for strength, combining water's fluidity with stone's hardness to create unique defensive capabilities. His relationship with Bakugo remained complicated. The explosive boy refused to acknowledge Izuku's transformation openly, but the bullying stopped. Instead, a silent rivalry formed between them, driving both to push their limits in preparation for UA's entrance exam. For years passed in this determined preparation. Izuku filled notebook after notebook with absorption combinations, tactical applications, and training regimens. By the time he stood before UA's imposing gates at 15, he was no longer Deku the Useless. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was ready to become a hero on his own terms. The morning of UA's entrance exam dawned clear and cold. Izuku approached the school gates with measured confidence, his green eyes taking in the imposing building where heroes were made. His childhood dream now stood before him as a tangible possibility. "Move aside, Deku," the familiar voice made Izuku turn. Bakugo approached with his typical scowl, hands thrust deep in his pockets to hide their perpetual sparking. "Morning, Kakin," Izuku replied evenly. "Ready for today?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed, Don't act like we're equals. I've been preparing for this my whole life. You've just been playing catch-up. Instead of cowering as he once might have, Izuku simply smiled. Then I guess we'll see whose preparation pays off. As Bakugo brushed past him, Izuku allowed his fingers to briefly contact Bakugo's uniform sleeve. The familiar sensation of quirk absorption tingled through his fingertips. Not the quirk itself, but enough contact to prepare his body for potential absorption later if needed. The orientation room buzzed with nervous energy as hundreds of hopeful students gathered. Izuku found a seat away from Bakugo, focusing instead on present Mick's enthusiastic explanation of the practical exam. Giant robots worth varying point values. 10 minutes to destroy as many as possible. Simple in concept, though execution would separate the worthy from the wishful. So they're testing combat effectiveness, Izuku muttered, his analytical mind already mapping strategies. I'll need durability and offensive capability. As the students were directed to their assigned battle centers, Izuku made a deliberate detour. A construction site adjacent to UA's campus provided exactly what he needed. Ensuring no one was watching, he pressed his palm against an exposed steel beam. The familiar pulling sensation washed over him as the metal's properties infused his body, turning his skin into living steel. When he arrived at Battle Center B, Izuku looked like any other candidate, but beneath his uniform, his skin possessed the strength and resilience of construction-grade steel. The absorption would last well through the exam, giving him a crucial advantage. Present Mick's voice boomed from somewhere overhead. Start! While other examinees hesitated in confusion, Izuku was already moving. His legs, reinforced with steel properties, propelled him forward with powerful strides. The first robot he encountered, a one-pointer, barely had time to register his presence before Izuku's steel-infused fist punched straight through its central processing unit. One down, he murmured, already scanning for his next target. A three-pointer emerged from between buildings, its weapon systems targeting Izuku immediately. He dodged the initial salvo of rubber projectiles, analyzing the robot's structure as he moved. When the machine charged, Izuku stood his ground. The collision should have sent him flying. Instead, the robot crashed against his steel-reinforced body and staggered backward, its front end dented. Izuku seized the opening, driving his fist into the robot's exposed hydraulic system. Fluid sprayed as the machine collapsed. For points, he counted, already moving again. Nearby, other examinees struggled. A girl with brown hair seemed to be making robots float, while a boy with engines in his legs zoomed past with impressive speed. Izuku made mental notes of their quirks, potential resources if he could make contact during a real emergency. As the exam progressed, Izuku settled into a rhythm. Find, analyze, destroy. His steel absorption proved invaluable, allowing him to withstand impacts that would have incapacitated others. When a two-pointer's tail caught him off guard, the metal whip simply scraped against his hardened skin. Izuku grabbed the appendage, using it to swing the robot into a wall before finishing it with a precision strike. 6 minutes in, Izuku had accumulated 37 villain points. His body was performing flawlessly, the steel absorption showing no signs of fading. But then the ground trembled beneath his feet. A shadow fell across the battle center as a monstrous robot emerged between buildings, crushing concrete beneath its treads. The zero-pointer, massive beyond all reasonable proportion, its height rivaling the surrounding structures. That's not worth any points, Izuku realized, preparing to run in the opposite direction like most examinees. Then he heard it, a cry of pain. The brown-haired girl from earlier was trapped beneath rubble, directly in the zero-pointer's path. While others fled, Izuku hesitated only for a moment before running toward the danger. Hold on, he called, reaching the girl's side as the robot loomed closer. I'll get you out. The debris pinning her leg was too heavy to lift conventionally, even with his steel-enhanced strength. Izuku needed more power. His eyes darted to the advancing zero-pointer, and an idea formed. This might get intense, he warned the girl, positioning himself between her and the robot. Stay behind me. As the zero-pointer launched a massive fist toward them, Izuku raised his arms. Instead of dodging, he met the attack head-on. The impact was tremendous, but Izuku stood firm, his steel-infused body absorbing the brunt of the force. More importantly, the moment of contact allowed his quirk to activate. Energy surged through him as he absorbed properties from the robot itself, not just its metallic composition but aspects of its hydraulic power system. His muscles swelled with borrowed strength, mechanical power flowing through his enhanced frame. With a roar of effort, Izuku turned and heaved the debris off the girl. "Can you move?" he asked, his voice strained from the influx of power. "I think my ankle's sprained," she replied, eyes wide with both pain and amazement. The zero-pointer was recalibrating for another attack. Izuku made a split-second decision, lifting the girl into his arms. "Hold on tight." Using his temporarily enhanced strength, Izuku leapt away from the robot's path, covering a distance that would have been impossible minutes earlier. He set the girl down in a safe location before turning back toward the mechanical behemoth. "You should be safe here," he assured her. "The exam's almost over." "Wait!" she called as he prepared to leave. "You're going back? Why? It's not worth any points." Izuku paused, a determined smile forming on his lips. A hero doesn't need points to do the right thing. Before she could respond, he was running back toward the zero-pointer. The hydraulic power absorption was already beginning to fade, but his steel properties remained strong. Other examinees watched in disbelief as Izuku charged directly at the massive robot. The zero-pointer detected his approach, swinging another massive fist toward him. This time, instead of absorbing its properties, Izuku used his remaining enhanced strength to leap onto the robot's arm. He ran along the mechanical limb, making his way toward the machine's head. "The central processing unit should be near the top," he muttered, recalling the designs of the smaller robots. When he reached the robot's shoulder, Izuku drove his steel-reinforced fist into a seam in the armor plating. Metal shrieked as he pried open an access panel, exposing a complex array of circuits and hydraulic lines. With precise movements born from years of quirk analysis, Izuku targeted what appeared to be the main control module and struck. The zero-pointer shuddered, its movements becoming erratic. Izuku held on as the massive machine began to topple backward, away from the other examinees. At the last possible moment, he pushed off from the robot's failing body, using his remaining enhanced strength to propel himself clear of the crash. He landed roughly but intact as the zero-pointer collapsed behind him, raising a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Izuku found himself surrounded by stunned fellow applicants. "Time's up," Present Mick's voice announced overhead. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the last of the hydraulic power absorption fade away. His steel properties remained, but he was otherwise back to his baseline state. Looking around, he tallied his final score in his head: 42 villain points from destroyed robots. As the examinees were led back to the main building for dismissal, Izuku caught Bakugo staring at him from across the crowd. For once, the explosive boy's expression wasn't contempt or anger but something more complex. A reluctant acknowledgement, perhaps, that Deku was no longer the quirkless kid he could push around. Izuku simply nodded in response. Their rivalry had entered a new phase, and UA would be its proving ground. 1 week later, Izuku sat nervously at his desk, staring at the official UA envelope. His mother hovered anxiously in the doorway as he finally gathered the courage to open it. A small projection device clattered onto the desk, activating automatically. "I am here as a projection." All Might's larger-than-life face filled the holographic display. Izuku gasped. All Might himself was delivering the results. "Young Midoriya, I am pleased to inform you that you've been accepted to UA High School's Hero course. Your performance in the entrance exam was nothing short of remarkable." All Might's projection continued, explaining how Izuku had earned 42 villain points, an impressive score on its own. But then came the revelation that changed everything. However, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. How could a hero course reject someone who saves others, regardless of personal risk? That's why we have rescue points. And for your heroic actions saving your fellow examinee, the judges awarded you 60 rescue points. Izuku's eyes widened as the numbers appeared on screen. "That's a total of 102 points, young man. The highest score of any applicant this year. You didn't just pass. You excelled beyond our expectations." As the projection ended with All Might's invitation to join the Hero Academia, Izuku sat in stunned silence. His mother's tearful congratulations barely registered as the reality sank in. He had done it. Not as a quirkless dreamer, not as All Might's chosen successor, but as Izuku Midoriya, a hero on his own merits with his own power. "I did it!" he whispered, tears welling in his eyes. I really did it. The morning of Izuku's first day at UA dawned with perfect clarity. Standing before the massive doors of Class 1A, he took a deep breath to center himself. The steel properties he'd absorbed that morning gave him a subtle sense of strength and resilience. Not enough to be visible, but enough to bolster his confidence. Excuse me, came a polite voice from behind him. Are you planning to enter? Or shall I go first? Izuku turned to find a tall, serious-looking boy with glasses regarding him with polite impatience. Sorry. Izuku stepped aside with a smile. Just taking it all in. Understandable. The boy nodded. It's a momentous occasion. I'm Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. Izuku Midoriya, he replied, extending a hand. As they shook, Izuku felt the subtle vibration in Ida's arm, the engine quirk he'd observed during the entrance exam. You were amazing during the exam. Those engines in your legs are incredibly versatile. Ida's eyebrows rose in surprise. You noticed? Thank you. I don't recall seeing you during the exam, though. We were in different battle centers, Izuku explained as they entered the classroom together. Inside, students were already forming small groups, the nervous energy of the first day palpable. Izuku scanned the room, noting familiar faces from the entrance exam. His eyes inevitably found Bakugo, slouched in a seat with his feet on the desk. Their gazes met briefly before both looked away. You! Came an enthusiastic female voice. Izuku turned to see the brown-haired girl he'd rescued during the exam. The absorption guy. You made it. Oh, hello? Izuku smiled, recognizing her immediately. I'm glad to see your ankle healed. Thanks to recovery girl. She beamed. I'm Achiko Uraraka. I wanted to find you after the exam to thank you properly, but you disappeared so quickly. Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. And really, anyone would have done the same. That's not true, Uraraka insisted. Everyone else ran away. You ran toward danger to help someone you didn't even know. That's real hero material. Before Izuku could respond, the classroom door slid open again, and a disheveled man in a sleeping bag shuffled in. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, the man said, unzipping his yellow sleeping bag. Time is a precious resource. You're not very rational, are you? The class fell silent as the unkempt man introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. His tired eyes scanned the room before landing on a stack of gym uniforms. Put these on and meet me at the PE grounds, he instructed. We're having a quirk apprehension test. Whispers of confusion rippled through the classroom. Orientation, the entrance ceremony? Aizawa dismissed these concerns with a wave of his hand. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for pleasantries. At the PE grounds, Aizawa explained the stakes. They would perform a series of physical tests using their quirks, and the student who placed last would be immediately expelled. The announcement sent a shock through the class, but Izuku remained calm. He had prepared for this. Bakugo, Aizawa called. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters, Bakugo answered. Try it with your quirk this time. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Bakugo stepped forward, stretching his arms. As he wound up for the throw, he channeled an explosion through his hand, launching the ball with tremendous force. Die! He shouted, his typical battle cry accompanying the blast. The ball soared through the air, eventually landing at an impressive 705.2 meters. Aizawa displayed the result on his phone, and excited murmurs spread through the class. This looks fun, exclaimed a pink-skinned girl. Aizawa's expression darkened. Fun? You have 3 years to become heroes. Do you think that's a joke? His tired eyes narrowed. The one who places last in total points will be judged hopeless and expelled. Izuku surveyed the tests ahead: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated sidesteps, ball throw, sit-ups, seated toe touch, and distance run. Each would require different properties for optimal performance. For the 50-meter dash, Izuku absorbed properties from the rubber track beneath his feet. His body became more elastic, allowing for powerful, springy strides that propelled him forward at surprising speed. He finished in 4.13 seconds, not the fastest in the class, but respectable. The grip strength test presented a different challenge. Izuku pressed his hand against a nearby metal fence before approaching the grip dynamometer. With metallized fingers, he squeezed the device with enhanced strength, registering 480 kilograms. placing him among the top performers. For the standing long jump, Izuku combined properties. He maintained the metal strength in his legs while absorbing elastic properties from a rubber boundary marker. The combination allowed him to launch himself well beyond the sandbox. The side steps required agility rather than power. Izuku absorbed properties from a nearby puddle, giving his body temporary fluid-like flexibility. He moved between the lines with flowing grace, his performance drawing surprised looks from classmates. When Izuku's turn for the ball throw came, he approached the circle with deliberate calm. Nearby, Bakugo watched with narrowed eyes. "Midoriya," Aizawa called. "You're up." Izuku entered the circle, considering his options. A direct copy of Bakugo's explosive throw would be effective but predictable. Instead, he knelt and placed his palm against the ground, absorbing properties from the earth itself. Then, as he gripped the ball, he concentrated on channeling the dense, compressed energy of the soil through his arm. With a powerful motion that seemed to carry the weight of the earth itself, Izuku hurled the ball. It soared through the air, trailing dust particles that glimmered in the sunlight. When it finally landed, Aizawa's device registered 689.3 meters, just shy of Bakugo's score. A growl of frustration came from Bakugo's direction. "Deku," he snarled, starting forward with palms sparking. "How are you doing this? You were nothing." Before he could reach Izuku, capture tapes wrapped around Bakugo, restraining him. Aizawa's eyes glowed red, his hair floating upward as he activated his erasure quirk. "Don't make me use my quirk so much," Aizawa warned, releasing Bakugo after he calmed. "I have dry eye." As the tests continued, Izuku maintained his strategy of absorbing appropriate properties for each challenge. For sit-ups, he kept his earth density absorption for core strength. The seated toe touch benefited from his earlier fluid flexibility absorption. And for the distance run, he combined properties of air from a passing breeze with the resilience of metal, creating a body that moved efficiently through space with minimal resistance. When the results were finally tallied, Izuku held his breath. Aizawa displayed the rankings on a holographic screen. 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Izuku Midoriya. 5. Tenya Ida. Relief washed over him. 4th place, a strong showing that established him among the class's top performers. More importantly, it meant he wasn't going anywhere. But then Aizawa smiled thinly. "By the way, I was lying about the expulsion." He tucked his capture weapon back around his neck. "It was a logical ruse to draw out your best performances." Mixed reactions of shock and relief rippled through the class. Yaoyorozu, the top-ranked student, commented that it should have been obvious, though many others disagreed. As they headed back to change, Izuku felt Bakugo's glare burning into his back. Without turning, he knew this demonstration had only intensified their rivalry. Bakugo wouldn't rest until he understood how his former victim had become a genuine competitor. Back in the classroom, Izuku found himself surrounded by curious classmates. "Dude, your quirk is so manly," exclaimed a red-haired boy named Kirishima. "The way you kept changing your body for each test. That's hardcore adaptation." "Thanks," Izuku smiled. "Your hardening quirk is impressive too. Very straightforward and combat effective." "Oh, you noticed?" Kirishima grinned, hardening his arm in demonstration. "Not as flashy as explosions or fancy creations, but it gets the job done." "Midoriya," Ida approached with formal posture. "I must commend your strategic application of your abilities. Most efficient." "What exactly is your quirk?" asked a girl with earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. It seemed to keep changing. Izuku hesitated only briefly before explaining. "It's called absorption. I can temporarily take on properties of materials I touch, or even aspects of other quirks if I make direct contact with them while active." The revelation sparked an immediate barrage of questions and excited comments. In the back of the classroom, Bakugo listened silently, his expression unreadable. As Izuku answered his classmates' questions, he caught sight of a dual-haired boy watching from a distance, Shoto Todoroki, who had placed second overall. Their eyes met briefly, and Izuku sensed something calculating in Todoroki's mismatched gaze. Another potential rival, perhaps, or at least someone to watch carefully. When the school day finally ended, Izuku left campus with a lightness in his step. His quirk had performed exactly as he'd hoped, and he'd established himself as a serious contender in Class 1A. More importantly, he'd begun forming connections with his classmates, the first real friendships he'd had since his childhood with Bakugo. As he walked through UA's gates, Izuku heard rapid footsteps behind him. Deku! He turned to find Bakugo approaching, hands thrust in his pockets but expression fierce. "Don't think you've won anything," Bakugo growled, stopping a few feet away. "One day of tests doesn't make you a hero." Izuku met his gaze steadily. "I never said it did, Kaken, and stop calling me that," Bakugo snapped. "We're not friends anymore. We could be rivals instead," Izuku suggested calmly. "Proper rivals, pushing each other to be better." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, searching Izuku's face for any sign of mockery. Finding none, he seemed momentarily at a loss. "Just stay out of my way," he finally muttered, brushing past Izuku. "And don't think I've forgotten how your quirk works. Next time we fight, I won't let you touch my explosions." As Bakugo stormed away, Izuku smiled slightly. It wasn't friendship, but it was acknowledgement, recognition that they now stood on equal ground. For today, that was enough. Today's training, All Might announced with his signature grin, "will put you through a practical hero exercise." Class 1 stood assembled in their newly crafted hero costumes, excitement buzzing through the group. Izuku adjusted his green and white costume, designed for flexibility and accessibility, crucial for a quirk that required direct contact. Unlike most heroes, he needed exposed skin for optimal quirk functionality, so his arms remained bare below the elbows, and his gloves featured fingertip cutouts. "Ground Beta will be your battlefield," All Might continued, gesturing to a monitor displaying an urban training facility. "You'll be divided into hero and villain teams for indoor combat." As All Might explained the scenario, heroes attempting to secure a mock weapon or capture the villains, while villains defended until time expired. Izuku's mind raced with tactical possibilities. His absorption quirk would be particularly effective in an environment with diverse materials to touch. "Teams will be determined by drawing lots," All Might announced, producing a box of numbered balls. Izuku drew his number and looked around. "I'm Team A. Who's my partner?" "That would be me," came Achiko's cheerful voice as she approached. "We're a team, Deku." Izuku blinked at the use of his old nickname. "Deku, that's what Bakugo called you, right?" Achiko tilted her head. "But I kind of like it. It gives me a you-can-do-it vibe." Instead of wincing at the once hurtful nickname, Izuku found himself smiling. "If you like it, then I don't mind being Deku." When All Might announced the first match, Team A as heroes versus Team D as villains, Izuku's smile faded. Team D consisted of Bakugo and Ida. The very first match would pit him directly against his childhood rival. "Whoa! Talk about dramatic tension," Achiko whispered. "Are you okay with this?" Izuku nodded, determination replacing his momentary surprise. "Actually, I think it's perfect." As the villain team entered the building with a 5-minute head start, Izuku pulled Achiko aside to strategize. "Bakugo will come after me," he explained, sketching a rough building layout. "That's a certainty. He won't be able to help himself. Shouldn't we avoid him then?" Achiko asked reasonably. "Actually, that's exactly what we want," Izuku replied, his analytical mind working at full speed. "While he's focused on me, you can locate the weapon. Ida will likely be guarding it, but your zero-gravity quirk gives you a mobility advantage in confined spaces." Achiko's eyes widened. "That's really strategic. You've put a lot of thought into this." "Years of quirk analysis," Izuku admitted with a small smile. "Now let's talk about how we'll deal with each opponent." By the time All Might called for the exercise to begin, Izuku and Achiko had a solid plan. They entered the building cautiously, Izuku immediately pressing his palm against the concrete wall to absorb its properties. His skin took on a subtle gray tint, hardening with concrete's durability. "I'll try to draw Bakugo away from the upper floors," he whispered to Achiko. "Once you hear us engaging, make your way up." They had barely made it past the entrance when an explosion erupted from around the corner. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, his costume's grenade-shaped gauntlets gleaming. "Found you, Deku," he snarled, ignoring Achiko completely. Izuku pushed Achiko behind him. "Go," he urged quietly before turning to face Bakugo. "I was wondering when you'd show up, Kaken." "Stop calling me that." Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosion, his right hand already preparing another blast. Izuku stood his ground, concrete properties absorbing the initial explosion's impact. When Bakugo swung again, Izuku dodged instead of blocking, careful not to make direct contact with the explosive force. Running away, Bakugo taunted, firing another blast that Izuku narrowly avoided. "Just being tactical," Izuku replied, leading Bakugo deeper into the building's first floor, away from the likely location of the weapon. "You've always relied on overwhelming power, but there's more to being a hero than that." "Shut up," Bakugo roared, unleashing a larger explosion that caught Izuku's side, singeing his costume despite the concrete protection. Izuku winced but maintained his focus. As Bakugo prepared another attack, Izuku noticed a metal pipe running along the ceiling. In a swift motion, he leapt upward, fingers brushing the pipe. Instantly, he felt the steel properties flow into him, replacing the concrete durability with metallic strength. When Bakugo's next explosion hit, Izuku barely felt it through his steel-infused skin. Taking advantage of Bakugo's momentary surprise, Izuku closed the distance between them, landing a solid punch to Bakugo's midsection. The blow, enhanced by steel properties, sent Bakugo skidding backward. "How's that for useless, Deku?" Izuku asked, standing tall. Bakugo wiped his mouth, eyes burning with rage and something else, a grudging recognition. "You've been hiding your true power all these years." "Not hiding," Izuku corrected. "Developing, analyzing, learning, whatever," Bakugo spat, adjusting one of his gauntlets. "I've been saving this for someone worthy. Guess you qualify now." He aimed his gauntlet at Izuku, pulling a pin that had been restraining the mechanism. "These store my nitroglycerin sweat." When released all at once, Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "Bakugo, no. You'll bring down the building." Through their earpieces, All Might's voice boomed with the same warning, but Bakugo was beyond listening. The gauntlet's muzzle glowed as it prepared to release its devastating payload. In the split second before detonation, Izuku made a critical decision. Instead of dodging, he charged directly at Bakugo, arms outstretched. As the massive explosion erupted, Izuku positioned himself to intercept its full force. The blast was tremendous, blowing out windows and shaking the building's foundation. But instead of being thrown backward, Izuku stood at the explosion's epicenter, his body absorbing the incredible force. Pain seared through him as his quirk worked overtime, processing more power than he'd ever absorbed before. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo stared in disbelief. Izuku stood before him, body glowing with absorbed explosive energy, small detonations crackling across his skin like Bakugo's own quirk. "My turn," Izuku said, his voice strained from containing the immense power. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku released a fraction of the absorbed explosion in a controlled blast from his palm. The force caught Bakugo square in the chest, sending him crashing into the far wall. "Deku!" Achiko's voice came through the earpiece. "I found the weapon, but Ida's guarding it really well. 4th floor, east side." "On my way," Izuku replied, quickly binding Bakugo's hands with capture tape while he was still dazed from the impact. "Sorry, Kaken. This match isn't just about our rivalry." Leaving Bakugo secured, Izuku raced toward the stairwell, the borrowed explosive power still crackling through his system. He knew it wouldn't last long, perhaps another 5 minutes at most. He needed to use it effectively. On the 4th floor, he found Achiko attempting to evade Ida's surprisingly fast guard of the mock weapon. The engine-legged student was taking his villain role seriously, even adopting a theatrical villain laugh. "Uraraka, I see your villainous partner has arrived," Ida declared, positioning himself between them and the weapon. "But you're too late." Izuku caught Achiko's eye and nodded slightly. They had discussed this contingency. "Actually," Izuku said, stepping forward with explosive energy still crackling around his arms, "I think we're right on time." He released a controlled explosion toward the ceiling, not to damage the building but to create a distraction of noise and debris. As Ida instinctively looked up, Achiko used the moment to activate her quirk on herself, launching into a weightless leap toward the weapon. Ida recovered quickly, engines firing as he moved to intercept her. But Izuku was ready. He channeled another explosion through his legs, propelling himself between Ida and Achiko. The collision was jarring, but Izuku's remaining steel properties absorbed most of the impact. "Now, Uraraka," he called, grappling with Ida to keep him occupied. Achiko touched the weapon with both hands, declaring victory just as the borrowed explosion quirk faded from Izuku's system, leaving him with only his steel absorption. The hero team wins, All Might's voice announced through their earpieces. Back in the monitoring room, All Might led the class in reviewing the match. Young Midoriya's tactical approach was exemplary. He recognized his opponent's psychological weaknesses and exploited them while coordinating perfectly with his partner. His quirk is amazing, Kirishima exclaimed. The way he absorbed Bakugo's explosion and turned it back on him, so manly. It was more than just power, Yaoyorozu observed thoughtfully. He analyzed the situation and made strategic decisions throughout the battle. When Bakugo finally rejoined the group, his expression was uncharacteristically subdued. All Might placed a massive hand on his shoulder. Young Bakugo, your raw power is impressive, but a true hero must also master strategy and teamwork. Learn from this experience. Bakugo said nothing, his eyes fixed on Izuku with an inscrutable expression. As the review concluded and other teams prepared for their matches, Izuku approached Bakugo in a quiet moment. Good fight, he offered sincerely. Bakugo glared at him, but the usual venom seemed diminished. Next time, he said quietly, I won't let you absorb my quirk so easily. Izuku nodded. I expect nothing less. It wasn't friendship or even respect, not yet. But it was acknowledgement, and for now, that was progress enough. As Izuku turned to watch the next match, he felt a new sense of belonging. He had proven himself not just to Bakugo, but to his classmates and teachers. His journey at UA had truly begun. The bus ride to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Facility, the USJ, buzzed with excited chatter. Class 1A had been training for weeks, and the prospect of rescue exercises under the guidance of the Space Hero 13 had everyone energized. Izuku sat beside Tsuyu Azui, a frog quirk girl who spoke with blunt honesty. Your quirk reminds me of Tokoyami's, she observed, finger pressed to her chin. Both of you can use your abilities in various ways depending on the situation. I hadn't thought of it that way, Izuku replied, glancing toward the bird-headed boy across the aisle. Though Dark Shadow seems to have its own consciousness, while my absorption is more about properties and temporary effects. Still versatile, ribbit, Tsuyu nodded. Useful for rescue work. Izuku agreed, already considering which absorptions might be most effective in different disaster scenarios. The USJ offered simulated environments ranging from floods to landslides, each presenting unique challenges and materials to absorb. Upon arrival, Space Hero 13 greeted them with an enthusiastic explanation of the facility's design. The dome-shaped building contains zones for every disaster type imaginable: flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, and more. Remember, 13 emphasized, raising 3 fingers. Your quirks can kill just as easily as they can save. In this exercise, you'll learn control and application for rescue rather than combat. Izuku nodded appreciatively. His absorption quirk was naturally suited for adaptation, but precise control remained essential. Absorbing too much or the wrong properties at a critical moment could prove disastrous. Before 13 could continue, however, the central plaza's fountain began to malfunction. The lights flickered ominously, and a dark portal materialized near the fountain. Stay together, Aizawa barked, his casual demeanor instantly replaced by professional vigilance. This isn't part of the training. From the swirling black mist emerged figures, dozens of them, each radiating hostile intent. At the center stood 2 particularly menacing individuals. A man covered in disembodied hands and a towering black creature with an exposed brain and a beaked mouth. Villains, Aizawa confirmed, pulling his yellow goggles into place. 13, protect the students. I'll handle this. Wait, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku stepped forward, analytical mind racing. There are too many. Your fighting style is best for stealth and one-on-one combat. Aizawa glanced back, his expression unreadable behind the goggles. No good hero has only one trick, Midoriya. With that, he leapt into the fray, capture weapon already unfurling. Izuku watched in amazement as their teacher engaged multiple villains simultaneously, his erasure quirk neutralizing their powers, while his capture weapon and combat skills dispatched them efficiently. Everyone back to the entrance, 13 directed. We need to evacuate. Before they could reach the exit, however, the black mist materialized directly in their path, expanding into a towering, vaguely humanoid shape with glowing yellow eyes. "Greetings," the mist intoned. "We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today, we've come to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace." The declaration sent a chill through the students. Izuku's mind raced. These villains had planned this specifically to target All Might, who wasn't even present. The coordination, the timing, the breach of UA security, this was no random attack. Before 13 could activate their quirk, Bakugo and Kirishima launched an impulsive attack against the mist villain. Their strikes passed harmlessly through his misty body, however, and the villain's form expanded dramatically. "I'll scatter you all to meet my comrades," the mist declared, "and your death." Darkness enveloped them. Izuku felt himself falling, tumbling through cold nothingness until he splashed into water. The flood zone, he'd been teleported to the artificial lake. As he surfaced, gasping, he noticed villains converging in the water around him. Aquatic quirk users with sharp teeth and webbed appendages. Before he could form a plan, something grabbed his waist, yanking him from the water. Tsuyu had wrapped her elongated tongue around him, pulling him toward a nearby yacht where Mineta cowered. "Thanks, Azui," Izuku sputtered, climbing aboard. "Call me Tsu," she replied matter-of-factly. "Seems we're in trouble, Ribbit." Izuku nodded, quickly assessing their situation. They knew our schedule. They were waiting for All Might. This was planned. "What do we do?" Mineta whimpered, peeking over the yacht's railing at the circling villains. "We're just students. We can't fight real villains." "We have to," Izuku replied firmly, touching the yacht's metal hull to absorb its properties. His skin took on a subtle metallic sheen as he continued. "First, we need information. Then we help our classmates." Tsuyu tilted her head. "Information? These villains came specifically for All Might," Izuku explained, his analytical mind working at full speed. "But they must have some countermeasure prepared for him. That creature with the exposed brain, it must be specially designed to fight All Might." Mineta's eyes widened. "You think that thing could actually hurt All Might?" "No way. They wouldn't risk this attack without confidence," Izuku reasoned. "We need to warn the teachers and help our classmates. But first," he glanced at the villains still circling the yacht. "We need to get past them." Tsuyu considered the situation. "I can jump across the flood zone with you both, but they'll spot us immediately." Izuku nodded, formulating a plan. "We'll create a distraction first." He turned to Mineta. "Your sticky balls. How many can you produce right now?" A lot? But my scalp will bleed if I use too many. We just need enough to create confusion," Izuku assured him, pointing to the villains in the water. "When I give the signal, throw as many as you can toward them." While Mineta prepared, Izuku leaned over the yacht's side, dipping his fingers into the water. He concentrated, absorbing the water's fluid properties while maintaining his metallic durability. A challenging combination he'd practiced but rarely used in combat. "Ready?" he asked, his body now possessing both metallic strength and water's fluid adaptability. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. Mineta unleashed a barrage of sticky purple balls into the water. As the villains became entangled in the adhesive spheres, Izuku dove from the yacht, his body cutting through the water with unnatural efficiency. He moved like liquid metal, flowing between the distracted villains with fluid grace, while his metallic properties protected him from their attacks. He reached the flood zone's edge and signaled to Tsuyu, who leapt from the yacht with Mineta clinging to her back. They reunited at the central plaza's perimeter, concealing themselves behind debris to assess the situation. What they saw chilled Izuku to the bone. Aizawa was engaged in combat with the hand-covered villain and the brain-exposed creature, a battle he was clearly losing. As they watched, the monstrous being grabbed their teacher, slamming him repeatedly into the concrete until blood pooled beneath his crumpled form. "Mr. Aizawa," Tsuyu whispered, her usually impassive face showing rare emotion. "That thing is too powerful," Izuku murmured, studying the creature's movements. "It's like it was designed to counter Aizawa's fighting style." "We should run," Mineta urged, trembling. "We can't fight that monster." Izuku might have agreed, had he not noticed the hand-covered villain suddenly turning toward their hiding place. With terrifying speed, the villain lunged toward them, hand outstretched toward Tsuyu's face. "Tsu!" Izuku shouted, pushing her aside and intercepting the villain's grip with his metal-infused arm. "You're quick," the villain observed with disturbing calm. "But are you durable enough, I wonder?" Where the villain's fingers touched Izuku's arm, the metal properties began to disintegrate. A decay quirk, Izuku realized with horror. But before the decay could spread, something unexpected happened. At the point of contact, Izuku felt the familiar pulling sensation of his absorption quirk activating. He was absorbing aspects of the decay quirk itself. The villain noticed too, yanking his hand away with unexpected alarm. "What is this? You're not just metal. You're taking my quirk." Izuku stepped back, feeling the decay properties mingling uncomfortably with his metal absorption. His right arm now appeared partially corroded, flaking at the edges like rusted metal, yet somehow imbued with destructive potential. "Interesting." The villain tilted his head, scratching his neck nervously. "A copycat? No, more like a thief." Nomu, the brain-exposed creature, Nomu, abandoned Aizawa's broken form and charged toward them with frightening speed. Izuku pushed Tsuyu and Mineta aside, facing the monster with his decay-infused arm raised defensively. When Nomu reached him, Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He slammed his decaying palm against the creature's chest. The effect was immediate. Where he touched, Nomu's flesh began to crumble and disintegrate, exposing muscle and bone beneath. But then something even more unexpected happened. The damaged tissue began to regenerate almost instantly, new muscle and skin forming to replace what had decayed. "Shock absorption and super regeneration," the hand-covered villain commented, watching with scientific detachment. "Nomu was designed to be All Might's equal. Your borrowed decay is nothing to him." As Nomu prepared to strike again, Izuku made a split-second decision. He dropped the decay absorption, a quirk too dangerous and unpredictable for his current skill level, and instead pressed both palms directly against Nomu's regenerating chest. This time, he focused on absorbing the regeneration quirk itself. Pain shot through Izuku's system as the powerful quirk transferred partially into his body. Regeneration was complex, tied to cellular structures and biological processes far more intricate than simple material properties. He felt his own injuries, minor scrapes and bruises from the earlier teleportation, healing rapidly as the borrowed regeneration took effect. Nomu seemed momentarily confused by the quirk drain, giving Izuku precious seconds to retreat with Tsuyu and Mineta. "What did you just do?" Tsuyu asked, noticing the healing of cuts on Izuku's face. "I absorbed part of its regeneration quirk," Izuku explained, feeling the tremendous strain of maintaining such a complex absorption. "It won't last long, but it might help us survive until backup arrives." The hand-covered villain scratched his neck more frantically. "A quirk thief. This wasn't in the simulation." Kurogyri, the mist villain, materialized beside him. "Shigaraki Tamura. What is it?" "The green one can steal quirks temporarily." Shigaraki pointed accusingly at Izuku. "He took my decay and Nomu's regeneration." Kurogyri's yellow eyes narrowed. "This complicates matters." Before they could discuss further, a tremendous crash echoed through the USJ as the entrance doors were blown off their hinges. A familiar silhouette stood framed in the doorway, radiating palpable fury. "Have no fear," All Might announced, his smile notably absent. "For I am here." Relief flooded Izuku as the symbol of peace surveyed the scene, taking in Aizawa's broken form and the assembled villains in an instant. With blinding speed, All Might moved through the plaza, retrieving injured students and depositing them safely near the entrance before confronting Shigaraki and Nomu directly. "You've hurt my students," All Might stated, his voice cold with controlled rage. "That is unforgivable." What followed was unlike any combat Izuku had ever witnessed. All Might and Nomu exchanged blows with such speed and force that shockwaves rippled through the facility. Each impact created gusts of wind that forced the observers to brace themselves. "Amazing," Izuku murmured, watching All Might's technique with analytical precision despite the situation's urgency. He's compensating for Nomu's shock absorption by attacking faster than the quirk can respond. Despite All Might's incredible power, however, the battle seemed evenly matched. Nomu's combination of shock absorption and regeneration made him the perfect counter to All Might's overwhelming strength. As the fight progressed, Izuku noticed something concerning. All Might was slowing down, steam occasionally wisping from his massive form. "He's reaching his limit," Izuku realized with growing alarm, remembering the hero's mysterious time restriction that he'd observed in previous encounters. When Kurojairi created a portal behind All Might while Nomu restrained him, clearly attempting to bisect the hero by closing the warp, Izuku knew he had to act. His borrowed regeneration quirk was fading, but he still had enough time to make a difference. "Sue, take Mineta to the entrance," he instructed. "I'm going to help All Might." "That's crazy, Ribbit," Tsuyu protested. "That creature, I absorbed some of its regeneration," Izuku reminded her. "And I have an idea." Before she could object further, Izuku was moving, analyzing the battlefield as he ran. Kurojairi's warp gate was the immediate threat. If All Might was partially pulled through it before it closed, not even his incredible strength would save him. Izuku approached from Kurojairi's blind side, his metal properties still active from earlier. As he neared the mist villain, he noticed something solid within the amorphous form, a metal collar or brace of some kind, presumably housing the villain's physical body. In one fluid motion, Izuku launched himself at Kurojairi, metal-reinforced fingers grasping the solid component within the mist. The contact allowed him to absorb properties from both the metal and, unexpectedly, aspects of the warp quirk itself. The sensation was disorienting, spatial distortion flowing through his system alongside metallic durability. Kurojairi's mist wavered as Izuku maintained his grip, disrupting the villain's concentration and causing the portal threatening All Might to fluctuate. "Release me," Kurojairi demanded, his usually calm voice strained. "All Might," Izuku called, struggling to maintain his hold. "The Black One absorbs shocks and regenerates. You need to overwhelm both quirks simultaneously." All Might's eyes widened in understanding. With renewed determination, he broke free from Nomu's grip, putting distance between himself and the monster. "Young Midoriya," he called. "Get clear." Izuku released Kurojairi and leapt away just as All Might launched his counterattack. What followed was beyond anything Izuku had imagined possible. A barrage of punches delivered with such speed and power that they created visible air pressure, each blow overwhelming Nomu's shock absorption before regeneration could compensate. "A hero always finds a way to go beyond," All Might roared, delivering the final blow that sent Nomu crashing through the USJ's domed ceiling. Plus Ultra. With Nomu defeated and reinforcements from UA arriving, Shigaraki and Kurojairi had no choice but to retreat, the hand-covered villain promising ominously that they would return. In the aftermath, as emergency medical teams tended to Aizawa and the injured students, Izuku sat quietly, processing everything that had happened. The temporary quirk absorptions had faded, leaving him with only his base abilities and a profound exhaustion. "Young Midoriya." Izuku looked up to find All Might, now deflated to his true, skeletal form away from prying eyes, regarding him with a complex expression. "Your actions today were both reckless and remarkably heroic," the symbol of peace said, sitting beside him. "That ability to absorb quirks, it's quite something." "It's temporary," Izuku explained, "and limited. Nothing like what you can do." All Might studied him thoughtfully. "Perhaps, but it has potential I've not seen before. Used wisely, you could become an exceptional hero with that quirk." Izuku nodded, considering the day's events. He had absorbed decay, regeneration, and aspects of warp quirks, each more complex than simple material properties. His quirk was evolving, adapting to greater challenges. "I think I understand my limits better now," he said finally, "and where I need to improve." All Might smiled, placing a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. "That self-awareness is perhaps your greatest strength, young man. Keep it, along with that analytical mind of yours." As they were finally cleared to return to campus, Izuku rejoined his classmates, many of whom now regarded him with newfound respect. He had faced villains, absorbed complex quirks, and helped protect the symbol of peace himself. It was a pivotal moment in his journey, one that proved his path to heroism was valid, even without one for all. The USJ incident, though traumatic, had confirmed what Izuku had always believed. His absorption quirk, honed through analysis and strategic application, could indeed become the foundation of a true hero. The UA Sports Festival Stadium roared with the cheers of thousands as Class 1A marched onto the field. Izuku took a deep breath, absorbing the atmosphere along with the subtle properties of the stadium's reinforced concrete beneath his feet. The slight hardening of his skin went unnoticed by those around him, a small advantage he'd prepared in anticipation of the competition ahead. Nervous? Achiko asked, bouncing slightly on her toes beside him. Focused, Izuku replied with a small smile. This is our chance to be seen by pro heroes. Since the USJ incident 2 weeks prior, UA had heightened security dramatically, but the prestigious sports festival would proceed as planned. For the students, particularly first years, this represented their best opportunity to catch the attention of hero agencies for upcoming internships. Present Mick's voice boomed from the announcement booth, introducing each class with his characteristic enthusiasm. When he reached 1A, he made special mention of their confrontation with real villains, drawing even more attention to the already scrutinized class. Man, everyone's watching us, Kirishima whispered, his sharp teeth flashing in an anxious grin. Talk about pressure. Izuku nodded, scanning the crowd where pro heroes filled VIP sections. His analytical gaze noted familiar costumes and insignias, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, Edgeshot, and dozens more. This was, indeed, their moment to shine. After Midnight's provocative introduction and Bakugo's surprisingly aggressive pledge to win, declaring himself the one who'll surpass you all, the first event was announced. An obstacle race around the stadium's perimeter. As students gathered at the starting tunnel, Izuku positioned himself strategically, not at the front where the initial crush would be most intense, but slightly to the side where he could maneuver. He noticed Todoroki's calculating gaze and Bakugo's determined scowl. His primary competition, along with others from 1A whose quirks he'd carefully analyzed. When the signal came, chaos erupted as hundreds of students surged forward into the narrow tunnel. Izuku had anticipated this bottleneck and was prepared. The moment the race began, he absorbed properties from the tunnel's metal framework, strengthening his body while maintaining agility. Just as the crowd compressed into the tightest point, a wave of ice erupted from Todoroki's position, freezing dozens of competitors in place. Izuku, however, was ready. Using his metal-enhanced strength, he leapt upward, fingers grasping exposed pipes along the tunnel's ceiling. With gymnastic precision, he swung above the ice and the trapped students, emerging from the tunnel among the leaders. A creative solution from Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya, Present Mike announced. Using the environment to avoid Todoroki's ice attack, the first major obstacle appeared ahead, massive robots like those from the entrance exam, including several enormous zero-pointers. While Todoroki froze one toppling giant and Bakugo blasted over another, Izuku took a different approach. Racing toward a fallen robot, he pressed his palm against its metal chassis, absorbing not just its metallic properties but aspects of its mechanical functionality. His skin developed a more pronounced metallic sheen, and he felt the machine's operational patterns flowing into his understanding. When a one-pointer lunged at him, Izuku didn't just dodge. He reached out with mechanically enhanced precision, fingers finding and disconnecting critical connections in the robot's arm joint. The limb went limp, and Izuku used the momentary confusion to vault over the disabled machine. Look at that technical dismantling, Present Mike exclaimed. Midoriya isn't just fighting through. He's outsmarting the obstacles. The second challenge, the fall, presented a series of platforms suspended over a bottomless pit, connected by tight ropes. Most students cautiously inched across the ropes or used their quirks to traverse the gaps. Izuku, still infused with mechanical properties, analyzed the platform construction and identified a pattern in their support system. Instead of following the intended path, he dropped beneath the platforms, swinging from structural supports that others had overlooked. His movements were precise and efficient, combining his absorbed mechanical understanding with natural athleticism. An unconventional approach from Midoriya, Present Mike narrated excitedly. He's using the infrastructure itself to advance. By the time Izuku emerged from the fall, he had narrowed the gap with the leaders. Ahead lay the final obstacle, the minefield. Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck at the front, their natural rivalry driving them forward despite the explosive hazards beneath their feet. Izuku paused briefly, assessing the field. The mines were visible if one looked carefully, slightly discolored patches of dirt indicating buried explosives. They weren't lethal, designed for spectacular effects rather than serious damage, but they could certainly knock competitors back significantly. Instead of rushing forward, Izuku knelt and pressed his palm to the ground, absorbing properties from the soil itself. Earth-based absorption allowed him to sense variations in density, the mines registered as distinct anomalies in the otherwise uniform ground. With this earth sense guiding him, Izuku navigated the minefield with remarkable speed, avoiding explosives that others triggered accidentally. He gained ground steadily on the leaders, who were slowing each other down with their competitive attacks. Midoriya's quirk versatility is on full display, Present Mike announced. He's reading the minefield like a map. As he approached Todoroki and Bakugo, Izuku made a calculated decision. Rather than simply avoiding mines, he began strategically activating them by tossing soil clumps, creating controlled explosions that disrupted his rival's progress without significantly affecting his own earth-guided path. What the? Bakugo snarled as an explosion erupted just behind him. Deku! Todoroki's eyes narrowed as he realized Izuku's strategy. Clever. With the leaders distracted by his mind manipulations, Izuku implemented the final phase of his plan. He quickly dug up several mines, clustering them together in a concentrated patch. Then, with perfect timing, he jumped onto the collection with his earth-hardened body. The resulting explosion was magnificent, a pink cloud that launched Izuku skyward over the heads of Todoroki and Bakugo. As he soared through the air, he absorbed properties from the superheated air itself, using the thermal currents to extend his trajectory. An incredible move! Present Mike screamed as the crowd roared. Midoriya launches himself into first place, landing ahead of his stunned competitors. Izuku sprinted the final stretch, earth absorption fading as he crossed into the stadium to thunderous applause. He had won the first event, establishing himself immediately as a top contender. Bakugo and Todoroki finished seconds later, both glaring at Izuku with intensified rivalry. Neither had expected such tactical brilliance from the formerly quirkless student they'd once dismissed. "Well done," Todoroki said coolly as they caught their breath. "But don't expect to maintain that lead." Bakugo didn't speak, but his explosive palms crackled with restrained fury. The message was clear. This competition was just beginning. The second event, the cavalry battle, required teams of 2 to 4 students, with point values assigned based on placement in the obstacle race. As first place, Izuku wore the 10 million point headband, making him everyone's primary target. Midoriya came a calm voice as students scrambled to form teams. Izuku turned to find Todoroki regarding him with mismatched eyes. "I want to propose an alliance." Izuku blinked in surprise. "You want to team up? With me as the target?" "Precisely because you're the target," Todoroki replied. "Together with my ice and your absorption, we could form an impenetrable defense." Before Izuku could respond, another voice interrupted. "Deku, let's team up." Achiko approached with enthusiastic determination. "We worked great together in the battle trial." As others approached with similar proposals, Mei Hatsum from the support course interested in showcasing her babies, support items, and surprisingly, Tokoyami with his versatile dark shadow. Izuku made a strategic decision. "I appreciate the offer, Todoroki," he said carefully, "but I think we'd both benefit more from testing our abilities against each other rather than combining them." Todoroki's expression remained impassive. "As you wish, but know that I'll be coming for your 10 million points." Izuku nodded respectfully before turning to his chosen team. Achiko for mobility, Tokoyami for defense and offense with dark shadow, and Hatsum for technical support with her ingenious devices. Their formation was strategically sound, Izuku as the rider with his analytical mind directing their movements, Achiko reducing their weight for enhanced mobility, Tokoyami's dark shadow providing 360-degree defense, and Hatsum's support items, including jet boots and capture cables, giving them additional options. When the cavalry battle began, the hunting frenzy was immediate. Almost every team converged on Izuku's group, seeking the 10 million point prize. But they were prepared. Uraraka, weightless. Tokoyami, perimeter defense. Hatsum, jets ready. Izuku commanded as they lifted off, dark shadow expanding to shield them, while Achiko's quirk made evasion effortless. Throughout the 15-minute battle, they employed a defensive strategy, avoiding prolonged engagements while preserving their valuable headband. When Todoroki's team, consisting of Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari, launched a coordinated attack with ice barriers and electrical discharges, Izuku absorbed properties from Kaminari's electricity, temporarily gaining enhanced neural speed that allowed him to direct his team with lightning-quick precision. Bakugo's aerial assaults posed different challenges, his explosions threatening to separate their formation. During one particularly close encounter, Izuku managed to brush against one of Bakugo's blasts, absorbing explosive properties that he immediately channeled into a controlled counterblast that pushed their attacker back without harming anyone. 30 seconds remaining. Midnight announced as the competition reached its climax. In the final moments, Todoroki executed a brilliant pincer movement. Ida's Recipro burst providing unexpected acceleration, while Yaoyorozu created insulating materials to counter any potential electrical absorption from Izuku. Hold steady, Izuku directed as their formation was surrounded by ice. He pressed his hand against Todoroki's encroaching ice wall, absorbing its properties and turning his own skin to living ice. The transformation was striking. Izuku's body crystallized with frost patterns reminiscent of Todoroki's right side. Using this ice absorption, he generated a counterbarrier that temporarily halted Todoroki's advance. Just as they seemed to have secured their position, however, Ida activated a special technique, Recipro Extend, that propelled Todoroki's team forward with blinding speed. In a flash too quick to counter, Todoroki's hand slipped past Dark Shadow's defense and snatched the 10 million point headband. No! Izuku gasped, ice properties still active as he reached desperately for the stolen prize. Time's up, Midnight declared as the buzzer sounded. Final standings revealed that despite losing the 10 million points, Izuku's team had collected enough additional headbands during earlier skirmishes to qualify for the tournament round, placing fourth behind Todoroki's team, Bakugo's team, and surprisingly, a general studies team led by a purple-haired student named Hitoshi Shinso. As they disbanded their formations, Todoroki approached Izuku privately. "Your quirk," he said quietly. "It allowed you to copy my ice." Izuku nodded, the ice properties already fading from his system. "Not copy exactly. I temporarily absorb properties through direct contact. It's limited in duration and scope." "I see." Todoroki's expression remained guarded. "During the tournament, I want to face you, without my father's power." "Your father's?" Izuku began, confused. "My left side, the fire." Todoroki's voice hardened. "I'll defeat you and win this festival using only my mother's ice, to prove a point to him." Before Izuku could respond, Todoroki walked away, leaving him puzzled by the cryptic statement and personal vendetta. Something deeper was driving the dual quirk user, something beyond mere competition. The tournament bracket, when revealed, placed Izuku against Shinso in the first round. The purple-haired general studies student had somehow led his team to third place despite having no obvious physical quirk. Izuku made a mental note to approach the match with caution. Unknown quirks always presented unique dangers. His caution proved justified when, minutes before their match, Ojiro approached with a warning. "Be careful with Shinso," the tailed student advised. "Don't respond if he speaks to you. His quirk activates when you answer him, brainwashing. That's how he controlled me during the cavalry battle." Izuku's eyes widened at this revelation. Mind control through verbal response. That's powerful, and nearly impossible to absorb, Ojiro added knowingly, since there's no physical manifestation to touch. Armed with this crucial information, Izuku entered the tournament stage prepared. When Shinso immediately began taunting him, questioning his resolve, insulting his teammates from the cavalry battle, Izuku clamped his mouth shut, refusing to utter a single word despite the provocations. Frustrated by Izuku's silence, Shinso resorted to physical attacks, but his combat training was minimal compared to the hero course students. Izuku, having absorbed concrete properties from the stadium floor before the match, easily withstood Shinso's strikes before countering with a controlled grapple that pushed the general studies student out of bounds. "The winner is Izuku Midoriya," Midnight announced. After the match, rather than immediately leaving, Izuku approached Shinso. Careful not to respond to any questions, he simply offered a respectful bow and a written note. "Your quirk has amazing hero potential. Don't give up." The gesture seemed to impact Shinso deeply, his usual cynical expression softening momentarily before he nodded and walked away. Subsequent matches showcased the exceptional talent in Class 1A. Todoroki froze Zero instantly in a display of overwhelming power. Bakugo defeated Uraraka in a surprisingly hard-fought battle that demonstrated both his combat prowess and her unexpected tenacity. Ida's speed overcame Mei Hatsume's support items in a match that seemed more like a commercial demonstration than a competition. When Izuku faced Tokoyami in the second round, the match became a strategic dance between Dark Shadow's versatile offense and Izuku's adaptive absorption. Recognizing that light diminished Dark Shadow's power, Izuku absorbed properties from the stadium's high-intensity lighting systems, causing his skin to emit a subtle glow that weakened his opponent's quirk within close range. The tactic proved effective, allowing Izuku to close distance and engage Tokoyami directly. With careful grappling techniques enhanced by concrete absorption for strength, Izuku managed to secure a ring-out victory despite Dark Shadow's impressive defense. In the semifinals, Izuku found himself facing the opponent he'd been anticipating since the cavalry battle, Shoto Todoroki. As they stood opposite each other on the concrete stage, Midnight raised her whip to signal the start. "Begin!" Todoroki wasted no time, sending a massive wave of ice surging toward Izuku. Rather than dodging, Izuku charged directly into the attack, his hand outstretched to make contact with the approaching ice. The familiar pulling sensation of his quirk activated as ice properties flowed into his system, transforming his skin into crystalline patterns that matched Todoroki's right side. "Not running?" Todoroki asked, generating another ice wave. "Interesting strategy. I've been analyzing your quirk since our first day at UA," Izuku replied, using his newly acquired ice properties to create a counterwave that collided with Todoroki's attack. "You're holding back half your power. That's not a fair fight." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "I don't need his fire to defeat you. This isn't about your father," Izuku pressed, advancing through the ice field. "It's about you becoming the best hero you can be. You know nothing about it?" Todoroki snapped, sending ice spikes erupting from the ground. Izuku navigated through the frozen hazards, his ice-infused body allowing him to slide across the slippery surface with perfect control. "I know your left side is getting cold," he observed, noticing frost accumulating on Todoroki's right arm. "Your quirk has a natural limit without balance." The observation struck a nerve. Todoroki intensified his assault, creating increasingly elaborate ice structures that threatened to push Izuku out of bounds. But with each attack, Izuku absorbed more ice properties, strengthening his own ice manipulation abilities. "Your quirk isn't your father's," Izuku continued, creating an ice shield to block Todoroki's latest attack. "It's yours, and refusing to use half of it isn't just hurting you. It's an insult to everyone here giving their all." As if to emphasize his point, Izuku channeled his absorbed ice properties into a powerful thrust that momentarily put Todoroki on the defensive. The dual quirk user stumbled back, clearly affected by the accumulating cold in his right side. "Shut up," Todoroki growled, frost now covering much of his body. "You're shivering," Izuku noted, pressing his advantage. "Your body temperature is dropping. Without your fire side to regulate it, you'll eventually become too numb to fight effectively." Todoroki's next ice wave was noticeably smaller, his movements becoming sluggish. Seeing an opening, Izuku charged forward, closing the distance between them. But instead of attacking, he did something unexpected. He grabbed Todoroki's left arm. "Your quirk is amazing, Todoroki," Izuku said earnestly. "Both sides of it. Don't let someone else's expectations limit what you can become." For a moment, something changed in Todoroki's expression, a flicker of realization breaking through years of resentment. "My power," he murmured. Then, with a roar of defiance that seemed directed not at Izuku but at some unseen presence, flames erupted from Todoroki's left side. The sudden heat melted the accumulated ice, steam billowing across the stage as fire and ice balanced in perfect harmony for perhaps the first time in Todoroki's life. "Yes!" Izuku exclaimed, genuinely pleased despite the tactical disadvantage this presented. "That's your true power." What happened next was beyond anything the audience had anticipated. Todoroki, fully embracing both aspects of his quirk, unleashed a perfectly balanced attack, ice racing along the ground while flames surged above it, creating a devastating combination impossible to avoid. Izuku, however, was positioned perfectly. As the dual attack approached, he extended both hands, one making contact with the ice, the other brushing against the flames. His absorption quirk activated at maximum capacity, drawing in both elemental properties simultaneously. The sensation was unlike anything Izuku had experienced before. Fire and ice flowed through his system, opposing forces somehow finding balance within his adaptive body. His right side crystallized with frost patterns while his left emanated flickering flames, a mirror image of Todoroki's own dual nature. "Impossible," Todoroki whispered, witnessing the transformation. The stadium fell silent as Izuku stood transformed, embodying both aspects of Todoroki's quirk in perfect harmony. For a brief moment, it seemed neither competitor knew how to proceed in the face of this unexpected development. Then, with determination etched on his face, Izuku channeled both absorbed elements into a single, focused attack. Ice and fire spiraled together from his outstretched hands, neither canceling the other, but instead amplifying their combined force. Todoroki created a defensive barrier of ice reinforced with heat, but the unique properties of Izuku's combined absorption overwhelmed even this desperate defense. The impact sent Todoroki sliding backward until his foot crossed the boundary line. "Todoroki is out of bounds," Midnight declared. Midoriya advances to the finals. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Izuku approached Todoroki, the dual absorption already beginning to fade from his system. "Thank you," he said, extending his hand. "For what?" Todoroki asked, accepting the handshake with rare openness. "For not holding back. For showing everyone your true power." Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. "I've been fighting with only half my strength for so long. I'd forgotten what it feels like to be whole." As they left the stage together, Izuku caught sight of a tall, flame-bearded figure watching from the VIP section. Endeavor, the number 2 hero and Todoroki's father. The man's expression was unreadable, but there seemed to be something beyond his usual stern countenance. Perhaps a grudging recognition that his son had taken a step beyond his control. The final match, Izuku versus Bakugo, was everything the festival organizers could have hoped for. Two childhood acquaintances, once bully and victim, now facing each other as equals on the national stage. "Been waiting for this, Deku," Bakugo growled as they took their positions. "Me too, Kakin," Izuku replied calmly. When Midnight signaled the start, Bakugo launched himself forward with explosive propulsion, leading with a right hook that had become his signature opening move. Izuku, having studied this pattern for years, was prepared. He sidestepped the initial blast, his fingers brushing against the explosion's edge. The familiar sensation of quirk absorption flowed through him, but Bakugo had anticipated this. He immediately adjusted his attack pattern, switching to a sweeping kick that caught Izuku off guard. "Not falling for that again," Bakugo snarled as Izuku stumbled backward. Recovering quickly, Izuku pressed his palm against the stage floor, absorbing concrete properties for enhanced durability. When Bakugo's next explosion hit, Izuku weathered it with minimal damage, using the opportunity to close distance. The battle evolved into a complex exchange of attacks and absorptions. Bakugo, having fought against Izuku's quirk before, employed varied techniques to prevent direct contact with his explosions, creating concussive blasts at a distance using misdirection and maintaining constant mobility. Izuku countered with strategic absorptions from the environment, concrete for durability, metal from stage supports for strength, even air currents for enhanced mobility. Each absorbed property allowed him different tactical options, keeping Bakugo guessing. "Stop running and fight me directly," Bakugo demanded after a particularly frustrating exchange where Izuku had absorbed trace metal from the stage lights to create a reflective surface that momentarily blinded his opponent. "I am fighting directly," Izuku replied, standing his ground. "This is how my quirk works best. Adaptation and analysis. Then adapt to this," Bakugo roared, spinning to generate his most powerful attack, the howitzer impact, a concentrated explosion delivered through centrifugal force. Instead of avoiding the devastating attack, Izuku made a calculated decision. He charged directly toward Bakugo, hands outstretched. As the howitzer impact detonated, Izuku placed himself at the explosion's epicenter, absorbing its tremendous force directly into his system. The absorption was more powerful than any he'd attempted before. Explosive energy coursed through his body, threatening to overwhelm his control. Pain seared through every nerve as his quirk struggled to process the massive influx of power. When the smoke cleared, both competitors remained standing, though Izuku's uniform was partially destroyed and burns marked his exposed skin. More striking was the visible energy crackling around his body. Bakugo's explosive power temporarily contained within Izuku's adaptive system. "Thanks for the power-up, Kakin," Izuku managed through gritted teeth. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. "You can't control that much power. Watch me," Izuku replied, channeling the absorbed explosion not into a single devastating attack, but into a series of controlled bursts that enhanced his speed and strength simultaneously. Moving faster than he ever had before, Izuku closed the distance between them. Bakugo defended desperately, But the combination of explosive enhancement and Izuku's strategic mind proved overwhelming. In a final exchange that left both competitors battered, Izuku managed to land a decisive blow that sent Bakugo tumbling out of bounds. "Bakugo is out of the ring," Midnight announced. Izuku Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival. Exhausted and singed, Izuku stood in the center of the stage as the absorbed explosive energy finally dissipated from his system. The crowd's roar washed over him like a physical wave, acknowledgement on a scale he'd never experienced before. As medical robots arrived to treat their injuries, Bakugo approached with an uncharacteristically subdued expression. "This doesn't end here, Deku," he said quietly. "Next time, I'll win." Izuku nodded, recognizing not defeat in Bakugo's eyes, but a grudging respect that had been years in the making. "I'll be ready." The medal ceremony placed Izuku on the highest podium, with Bakugo and Todoroki on the second tier below him. When All Might draped the gold medal around his neck, the symbol of peace leaned in with a quiet message. "Well done, young Midoriya. You've proven that your path to heroism is uniquely your own." As Izuku stood proudly with his medal gleaming in the stadium lights, he reflected on how far he'd come from the tearful, quirkless child who'd once believed his dreams impossible. His absorption quirk, once awakened through pain and desperation, had become the foundation of a future he was now certain he could achieve. The UA Sports Festival had transformed him from a promising student into a recognized hero prospect. What came next would test not just his quirk's capabilities, but the true nature of the hero he aspired to become. The hero killer's blade whistled through the air, missing Izuku's face by millimeters as he desperately twisted away. Behind him, Ida lay paralyzed on the blood-slicked alley floor, while Native, the pro-hero they discovered already injured, remained similarly immobilized nearby. "You move well, child," Stain commented, his raspy voice echoing in the narrow Hosu City alleyway. "Not like these false heroes." Izuku's mind raced, analyzing his precarious situation. He tracked Ida to Hosu after realizing his classmate was pursuing a dangerous vendetta against the hero killer, who had critically injured Ida's brother Ingenium. Finding both Ida and Native paralyzed by Stain's quirk had forced Izuku into an unexpected confrontation with one of Japan's most wanted criminals. "Your quirk immobilizes people after you taste their blood," Izuku observed, buying time while maintaining a defensive stance. "The duration seems to vary based on blood type." Stain's unsettling smile widened. "Observant. Most don't live long enough to figure that out." Izuku had already sent his location to his internship mentor, Gran Torino, but help would take time to arrive. Until then, he needed to protect Ida and Native while avoiding Stain's blades and the blood-activating quirk they delivered. An opportunity presented itself when Stain lunged again. Izuku managed to brush his fingers against one of the hero killer's serrated blades, absorbing properties from the high-carbon steel. His skin took on a subtle metallic sheen as the material's hardness and edge transferred into his system. "Interesting ability," Stain noted, observing the transformation. "You take on properties of what you touch?" Instead of answering, Izuku used his newly acquired blade-like properties to slice through a nearby pipe, releasing a cloud of steam that momentarily obscured Stain's vision. In that brief window, he moved to Ida's side. "I'm getting you out of here," he whispered. "Leave me," Ida responded through gritted teeth, still unable to move. "This is my fight. My responsibility." "That's not how heroes work," Izuku countered, maintaining vigilance as Stain circled through the steam. "We help each other." A flicker of movement was Izuku's only warning before Stain attacked again, this time from above. Despite his enhanced reflexes, Izuku couldn't completely avoid the strike. One of Stain's smaller blades sliced across his arm, drawing blood. Time seemed to slow as Stain's abnormally long tongue extended toward the blood droplets. Izuku, recognizing the critical moment, made a desperate move. He lunged forward, his blade-infused hand slicing through the air directly at Stain's extended tongue. The hero killer retracted his tongue just in time, avoiding what would have been a debilitating injury. But in doing so, he missed his chance to taste Izuku's blood. "You're different from these others," Stain remarked, reassessing his opponent. "You move with purpose, with conviction." A sudden temperature drop interrupted their deadly dance as ice erupted at the alley's entrance, nearly catching Stain's foot. Todoroki stood framed in the opening, his left side smoldering with controlled flames. "Midoriya, I got your location from your message to Gran Torino," he called, sending another ice wave that forced Stain to retreat to a higher position. Sorry I'm late. Relief washed over Izuku. Todoroki, be careful. He paralyzes people by ingesting their blood. With Todoroki's arrival, the dynamic shifted. Stain now faced two trained UA students, one with powerful elemental abilities and another with adaptive absorption. The confined alley limited Todoroki's more devastating attacks, but also restricted Stain's mobility. Protect them, Izuku instructed, gesturing to the paralyzed Ida and Native. I'll engage directly. Todoroki nodded, creating an ice barrier around the immobilized figures while maintaining a flame perimeter to prevent flanking maneuvers. Izuku, still infused with blade properties, circled Stain cautiously. The hero killer's experience and speed made him extraordinarily dangerous, but Izuku had one critical advantage. His analytical mind had been cataloging Stain's movements, identifying patterns in his attack sequences. When Stain next lunged, Izuku anticipated the feint and secondary strike. Instead of dodging completely, he positioned himself to brush against Stain's armored shoulder guard, absorbing properties from the reinforced material while avoiding the lethal blade. Now dual-infused with both blade sharpness and armor durability, Izuku counterattacked with precision. His fingers, hardened to weapon-like edges, sliced through one of Stain's smaller knives when the villain attempted to block. Your quirk, Stain remarked, adjusting his stance. It evolves during battle, and yours requires direct blood contact, Izuku replied, maintaining pressure. Which means I don't have to defeat you, just prevent you from tasting any more blood until reinforcements arrive. A flicker of respect crossed Stain's disturbing features. A strategic mind, rare in one so young. Their deadly dance continued, with Izuku gradually forcing Stain toward Todoroki's position. The dual quirk user alternated ice and fire attacks that complemented Izuku's close-quarters engagement, limiting Stain's escape options without endangering his classmate. A turning point came when Ida, his paralysis beginning to fade, struggled to move. I can feel my fingers, he gasped. Izuku registered this information immediately. Todoroki, the paralysis is temporary. Watch for Ida to recover. The momentary distraction cost him. Stain's blade sliced across Izuku's cheek, drawing blood that the hero killer's tongue captured before Izuku could react. Instantly, Izuku felt his body freeze, muscles locking in place as the paralysis quirk took effect. Midoriya, Todoroki called, intensifying his ice barrage to cover his fallen comrade. Stain leapt over the ice wall with inhuman agility, landing between Todoroki and the paralyzed Izuku. Your friend fought well, the hero killer stated. But conviction alone isn't enough against experience. As Stain advanced on Todoroki, something unexpected happened. Despite the paralysis, Izuku found he could still access his absorption quirk through the materials already in contact with his skin. The alley floor beneath him was concrete, and focusing intently, he absorbed deeper properties from it. Not just hardness, but its porous, granular structure. This microscopic absorption allowed him to gradually break down the paralysis effect from within, his body adapting to the foreign quirk's influence. It wasn't immunity, but rather an accelerated recovery achieved through material interaction at the cellular level. Just as Stain engaged Todoroki in close combat, Izuku felt movement returning to his extremities. With tremendous effort, he forced his body to respond, rising shakily to his feet. Impossible, Stain hissed, noticing the movement. My quirk should have held you longer. My absorption works on more than just surfaces, Izuku explained, flexing his fingers as control returned. I adapted to your paralysis by absorbing concrete's internal structure. Before Stain could process this development, another figure entered the battle. Ida, now partially recovered, activated his engines in a burst of speed that caught even the hero killer by surprise. His armored leg connected solidly with Stain's side, sending the villain crashing into a wall. I will not allow you to hurt anyone else, Ida declared, standing despite obvious difficulty. Ingenium's legacy deserves better than my revenge. With all three students now engaging simultaneously, Stain found himself truly defensive for the first time. Todoroki's ranged attacks limited his movement, Ida's speed prevented sustained evasion, and Izuku's adaptive absorption countered his bladed weapons. In a coordinated sequence that demonstrated their growing battlefield synergy, Todoroki created an ice ramp that Ida used to launch himself at maximum velocity. As Stain dodged this obvious attack, he moved directly into Izuku's path, where the Absorption user had prepared his final combination. Having touched both Todoroki's ice and a flicker of his flame, Izuku now possessed a dual thermal infusion. His right hand radiated freezing cold while his left emanated intense heat. When Stain attempted to block with his remaining sword, Izuku caught the blade between his differently charged palms. The extreme temperature differential shattered the metal instantly, leaving Stain momentarily unarmed and off balance. Just long enough for Ida's Recipro burst to deliver a decisive kick that finally rendered the hero killer unconscious. In the aftermath, as pro-heroes finally arrived at the scene, the three students stood guard over their captured adversary. All were injured to varying degrees, but their expressions reflected not just relief, but a deeper understanding of what they had accomplished together. "I was wrong," Ida admitted, bowing deeply to his classmates. "I let revenge consume me, abandoning the true hero's path. You both risked your lives to save me from my own foolishness." "We're training to be heroes," Izuku replied simply. "That's what heroes do." As medical teams treated their injuries and police secured Stain for transport, Izuku reflected on the battle's significance. They had faced a notorious villain whose ideology had terrorized the hero community for months. More importantly, they had done so not as individuals seeking glory, but as teammates protecting each other and innocent lives. The media would later call it the Hosu 3 incident, unaware that these UA students had actually captured the infamous hero killer. Official reports attributed the arrest to the pro-hero endeavor, maintaining the narrative that students had not engaged in unauthorized quirk use. For Izuku, however, the truth mattered more than recognition. His absorption quirk had proven effective against even elite opponents, especially when complemented by teammates with different capabilities. The battle against Stain had demonstrated not just his quirk's versatility, but its growth potential. The microscopic absorption that had counteracted the paralysis quirk represented a new frontier of application. As he returned to Gran Torino's internship with bandaged injuries and valuable experience, Izuku updated his quirk analysis notebooks with new observations. His path to heroism continued to evolve, absorption by absorption, battle by battle, each challenge revealing new dimensions of the power that had awakened within him that fateful day on the playground. "Begin!" Present Mick's voice boomed across the testing ground as Izuku and Bakugo stood, facing the imposing figure of All Might, who wore weighted restraints that ostensibly limited his overwhelming power. The final exam's practical portion had paired students against teachers in tactical challenges designed to test real-world application of their training. Izuku had been surprised to find himself partnered with Bakugo, a deliberate choice by the faculty to pair students with complementary, but sometimes conflicting approaches. "Remember the plan," Izuku muttered, already pressing his palm against a nearby concrete barrier to absorb its properties. "TCH, just don't get in my way." "Deku," Bakugo responded, palms sparking with anticipation. Their objective was straightforward but daunting. Either capture All Might using the provided handcuffs or reach the exit gate within the time limit. Given their opponent's overwhelming power, even with restraints, escape seemed the more viable option. They had barely taken 3 steps when the ground beneath them exploded as All Might's fist connected with the pavement, sending shock waves that forced them to separate. "A hero must be prepared for anything," All Might announced with his characteristic smile, though something about it seemed more predatory than usual. "Show me what you've learned, young men." Bakugo, never one to retreat, immediately launched himself at All Might with explosive propulsion. "Don't underestimate me," he roared, preparing his trademark right hook. All Might caught the blow effortlessly, the resulting explosion seemingly having no effect on the symbol of peace. Predictable, young Bakugo, with a controlled movement that nonetheless contained frightening power, All Might sent Bakugo flying into a nearby building. Izuku used this moment to analyze the situation. All Might's restraints limited his mobility and overall output, but his technique and experience remained undiminished. Direct confrontation was suicide. Their only chance lay in coordinated evasion and tactical application of their quirks. When All Might turned his attention toward Izuku, the absorption user was ready. Rather than engaging directly, he retreated strategically, leading All Might away from Bakugo's landing site to give his partner recovery time. "Running already, young Midoriya?" All Might called, his massive strides easily closing the distance despite the restraints. "Sometimes a hero must stand their ground, and sometimes," Izuku countered, diving through a narrow gap between buildings that All Might's larger frame couldn't navigate as easily. They need to fight smarter, not harder. Using the concrete absorption for enhanced durability, Izuku navigated the urban testing ground with practiced efficiency. His goal wasn't to lose All Might entirely, an impossible task given the pro's experience, but to maintain enough distance to implement their strategy. When Bakugo rejoined the chase, his uniform dusty but his determination undiminished, Izuku signaled with a prearranged gesture. Despite their differences, both students had recognized that victory required coordination. Now, Izuku called as they reached a narrow street with tall buildings on either side. Bakugo unleashed his AP shot, a concentrated explosion with penetrating power, at the building facades, while Izuku, having touched the structural supports during their planning phase, used his absorption to weaken key points. The combination created a controlled collapse that temporarily blocked All Might's path with rubble. Structural engineering and focused firepower, Izuku commented as they gained precious seconds. Exactly as planned. Save the analysis for later, Bakugo growled, though without his usual venom. We need to reach the exit before he breaks through. They had covered half the remaining distance when the rubble behind them exploded outward, All Might emerging with his uniform dusty but his smile undimmed. A fine strategy, he called, already closing the gap with frightening speed. But not enough to stop me. What followed was a desperate running battle through the test facility's urban landscape. All Might, despite his restraints, remained overwhelmingly powerful, each blow creating craters in walls and pavement. Izuku and Bakugo employed every tactic they had developed: combination attacks, misdirection, environmental manipulation, but their opponent's experience nullified most advantages. This isn't working, Izuku gasped after a particularly narrow escape that left him with bruised ribs despite his concrete absorption. We need something unexpected. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he assessed their dwindling options. Then, surprisingly, he extended his palm toward Izuku. Absorb it, he ordered, small explosions crackling across his skin. Izuku blinked in momentary confusion before understanding dawned. You're offering your quirk? Don't make me repeat myself, Bakugo snapped. We need more firepower, and 2 explosion users are better than 1. Just don't mess it up. The gesture represented a significant evolution in their relationship. Bakugo, who had once despised the idea of Izuku absorbing his quirk, was now offering it voluntarily as a tactical advantage. Izuku placed his hand against Bakugo's palm, feeling the familiar pulling sensation as explosion properties flowed into his system. The absorption was deeper than previous instances, perhaps because Bakugo wasn't resisting the transfer, and Izuku felt the quirk's nuances more clearly than ever before. When All Might rounded the corner, he found not 1 but 2 explosion users waiting for him. The surprise registered briefly on his face before his professional demeanor reasserted itself. Interesting development, he commented, bracing for their attack. Let's see how you use it. What followed was a coordinated assault that demonstrated how far both students had progressed. Bakugo and Izuku attacked from opposite angles, their explosions precisely timed to limit All Might's movement options while maximizing offensive pressure. When All Might focused on one, the other would strike from his blind spot, maintaining constant pressure that even the symbol of peace couldn't completely ignore. We just need to reach the gate, Izuku reminded Bakugo during a momentary respite as All Might recovered from a particularly well-coordinated blast. We don't have to beat him. I know that, Bakugo retorted, though his battle-hungry expression suggested otherwise. But making him work for it is just a bonus. Their final push came when the exit gate appeared in the distance. All Might, recognizing their objective, positioned himself directly in their path, arms spread in an unmistakable message. You shall not pass. Time for the last resort, Izuku decided, meeting Bakugo's gaze with unspoken communication. Bakugo nodded grimly. Don't screw it up, Deku. Together, they charged directly at All Might, explosions propelling them forward at maximum velocity. The symbol of peace braced for impact, clearly anticipating a frontal assault. Instead, at the last possible moment, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's arm and spun, using his explosions to create centrifugal force that launched Izuku over All Might's head in a maneuver they had practiced but never implemented in combat. As Izuku soared overhead, Bakugo engaged All Might directly, unleashing his howitzer impact at point-blank range. The explosion was massive, creating a smoke cloud that temporarily obscured both combatants. Izuku landed behind All Might and sprinted for the gate, the borrowed explosion quirk enhancing his speed. He had nearly reached the exit when he sensed movement behind him. All Might, emerging from the smoke with Bakugo's unconscious form tucked under one massive arm. "Not so fast, young Midoriya," All Might called, launching himself forward with his free hand extended to capture his remaining student. In that critical moment, Izuku made a tactical decision that reflected everything he had learned at UA. Instead of continuing toward the exit, his clear path to passing the exam, he turned and charged directly at All Might. The symbol of peace hesitated for a fraction of a second, surprised by this seemingly irrational choice. That momentary pause was exactly what Izuku had counted on. Using his absorbed explosion quirk, he propelled himself into a controlled spin that brought him within range of All Might's restraint cuffs. With precision born from months of training, Izuku managed to activate the release mechanism on the weights limiting All Might's power. The restraints fell away, and All Might stumbled slightly as his full strength returned unexpectedly. "What are you doing?" All Might asked, genuinely confused by this apparent sabotage of their own chances. Izuku didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took advantage of All Might's momentary adjustment to snatch Bakugo from the hero's grasp. Using the last of his borrowed explosion power, Izuku blasted himself and his unconscious partner toward the exit gate. A hero's first priority is saving lives, Izuku called back as they sailed through the air. Even if it means risking failure, they crossed the threshold with seconds remaining on the clock, Izuku clutching Bakugo's unconscious form as they tumbled to a stop on the other side. "Team Midoriya and Bakugo pass," Present Mike announced over the speakers as medical robots approached to tend to Bakugo's injuries. All Might arrived moments later, restraints removed and his characteristic smile firmly in place. "A risky strategy, young Midoriya," he commented. "Releasing my restraints could have ensured your failure." "Not if I understood you correctly, All Might," Izuku replied, wincing slightly as he sat up. The exam wasn't just about winning. It was about demonstrating what we've learned about being heroes. All Might's smile widened. "And what lesson would that be?" "That sometimes the best way to win is to ensure no one gets left behind," Izuku answered, glancing at Bakugo who was beginning to regain consciousness. "Even if it means taking a bigger risk." As medical staff arrived to assess their injuries, Izuku reflected on how far they had come. Bakugo, who had once rejected any form of cooperation, had voluntarily shared his quirk for their mutual benefit. And Izuku, once analytical to the point of paralysis, had made a split-second emotional decision that prioritized his partner's safety over guaranteed success. When Bakugo finally opened his eyes, his first words were characteristically gruff. "Did we pass?" "Yeah," Izuku confirmed with a tired smile. "We passed." Bakugo studied him for a moment before asking, "You came back for me, didn't you? Instead of just reaching the gate." Izuku nodded, expecting anger or resentment for being rescued. Instead, Bakugo simply closed his eyes again with what might have been the ghost of a satisfied expression. "Next time," he muttered, "I'll be the one saving your ass." Coming from Bakugo, it was practically a declaration of friendship. Izuku couldn't help but smile as recovery robots helped them both to the medical facility. Their journey from childhood enemies to reluctant allies continued to evolve, much like Izuku's absorption quirk itself, adapting, strengthening, and discovering new dimensions with each challenge faced. The forest's dense canopy filtered moonlight into dappled patterns across the forest floor as Izuku crouched behind a massive tree trunk, his breathing carefully controlled despite the adrenaline coursing through his system. The summer training camp, meant to strengthen Class 1A's quirks and combat readiness, had transformed into a nightmare when the League of Villains launched a coordinated attack. Beside him, Shoji used his multiple arms to maintain surveillance, while Todoroki kept watch in the opposite direction. Their immediate objective was locating their scattered classmates, particularly those who might be injured or directly targeted by the villains. "Anything?" Izuku whispered, his skin bearing the subtle metallic sheen of absorbed properties from equipment in the training facility. Shoji's duplicated ears twitched slightly. "Movement to the northeast. Multiple footsteps. Can't tell if it's our classmates or hostiles." Todoroki nodded toward a faint orange glow visible through the trees. "That's not natural fire. Could be the work of that flame villain we spotted earlier." Izuku processed this information quickly, formulating a tactical approach. "We need to investigate, but cautiously. If it's our classmates, they might need help." If it's villains, we observe only, Todoroki finished firmly. We're not equipped for direct confrontation with multiple villains. Their prudent plan was disrupted by an agonized scream that echoed through the forest. A voice Izuku recognized immediately. "That's Bakugo," he hissed, already moving in the direction of the sound before his companions could object. The trio navigated through the underbrush with practiced stealth, their months of training evident in their coordinated movements. As they approached a clearing, they slowed, taking cover behind dense foliage to assess the situation. What they saw chilled Izuku's blood. Bakugo and Tokoyami had been cornered by multiple villains, including a disturbing figure whose body appeared to be composed of swirling blue flame. Most alarming was the presence of a man covered in patchwork scars and surgical staples. The villain Dabi, whose blue flames had proven devastating earlier in the attack. "They're after specific students," Todoroki whispered, his mismatched eyes narrowing. "This isn't a random attack." Izuku nodded grimly, targeting those who stood out during the sports festival, most likely. His analytical mind raced, cataloging the villain's observed abilities while formulating potential countermeasures. "We need backup," Shoji stated reasonably. "The pro-heroes must be responding to the attack by now." Before they could decide on a course of action, however, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's quirk, had grown to monstrous proportions in the forest's darkness, lashing out with uncontrolled fury at both villains and Tokoyami's classmates. Even Bakugo's explosions, normally effective at generating light that would weaken the shadow entity, seemed insufficient against its enhanced nighttime power. "Todoroki," Izuku whispered urgently, "your fire could restrain Dark Shadow, but it would also alert the villains to our position." "Damned if we do, damned if we don't," Todoroki replied tersely. "If Dark Shadow continues rampaging, it could seriously injure Bakugo or Tokoyami himself." Izuku made a split-second decision. "I'll approach from the east. When I give the signal, create just enough light to suppress Dark Shadow without revealing our full presence." Before his companions could object, Izuku was moving, using the forest's natural cover to approach the chaotic scene. As he neared the clearing's edge, he pressed his palm against a massive tree trunk, absorbing properties from the ancient wood, not just its physical structure but elements of its natural energy absorption capabilities. The resulting transformation was subtle but profound. Izuku's skin took on a bark-like texture, and he felt a new sensitivity to the energy flows around him, particularly the negative energy that seemed to fuel Dark Shadow's rampage. When he reached position, Izuku signaled Todoroki with a quick hand gesture. Immediately, a controlled flame ignited in the distance, casting just enough light to momentarily distract the shadow entity. In that crucial moment, Izuku burst from cover, his wood-infused body channeling absorptive properties as he made direct contact with Dark Shadow's writhing form. The sensation was unlike any previous absorption, not a material or traditional quirk, but a semi-sentient energy manifestation. Dark Shadow's substance flowed partially into Izuku's system, the negative energy finding resonance with the tree properties he'd already absorbed. His body darkened, taking on shadow-like characteristics while maintaining his wood-based structure. "Midoriya," Tokoyami gasped, witnessing the transformation with obvious shock. "You're absorbing Dark Shadow?" "Not all of it," Izuku managed through gritted teeth, the dual absorption straining his control. "Just enough to reduce its overwhelming power." The strategy worked. As Izuku channeled away portions of Dark Shadow's excess energy, the entity gradually shrank to more manageable proportions. Tokoyami, regaining some control over his quirk, directed the diminished shadow to form a protective barrier around himself and Bakugo. Well, came a disturbingly playful voice as the blue flame villain approached. "What do we have here?" "Another UA student with an interesting quirk." "Dabi," the patchwork villain called warningly, "remember our objective. We're here for specific targets only." Izuku positioned himself between his classmates and the advancing villains, his shadow-wood hybrid form radiating an unsettling aura. "Whatever you're planning, it ends here," he declared with more confidence than he truly felt. The blue flame villain, Dabi, smirked, raising a scarred hand wreathed in azure fire. "Bold words from a student. Let's see if you can back them up." What followed was a desperate, uneven battle. Todoroki and Shoji emerged from hiding to support their classmates, but the villain's combat experience and lethal quirks created a dangerous disparity. Dabi's flames forced Todoroki to focus on defense rather than offense, while the other villains coordinated with disturbing efficiency. During a momentary respite as they regrouped behind a natural stone formation, Bakugo surprisingly addressed Izuku directly. "They're after me," he stated flatly, no trace of his usual arrogance. "That masked freak kept talking about acquiring me specifically." "Me as well," Tokoyami added grimly. "They mentioned my performance at the sports festival." Izuku processed this information quickly, his analytical mind drawing connections. "They're targeting students with powerful offensive quirks, possibly for recruitment. Or something worse," Todoroki suggested darkly. Their tactical discussion was interrupted by a massive crash as a new threat literally smashed through the forest canopy. A muscular villain with a strange mask and exposed brain, reminiscent of the Nomu from the USJ incident, but seemingly more autonomous. Muscular, Bakugo identified through clenched teeth. He was fighting Koda and that extra from Class B earlier. The arrival of this powerful new opponent shifted the already unfavorable odds dramatically against them. As Muscular charged their position with frightening speed, Izuku made another crucial decision. "Todoroki, get Bakugo and Tokoyami out of here," he ordered. His shadow would form rippling with absorbed energy. "Head for the main facility. I'll delay them." "That's suicide," Todoroki objected, even as he moved to support Tokoyami, who was still weakened from Dark Shadow's rampage. "Not a suggestion," Izuku replied firmly, already moving to intercept Muscular's charge. "They're the targets. Protecting them is the priority." As his classmates reluctantly retreated, Izuku faced the advancing villains alone. His current absorptions, wood properties, and Dark Shadow's energy provided unique capabilities but limited offensive power against opponents of this caliber. When Muscular closed distance, his quirk-enhanced muscles bulging grotesquely beneath his skin, Izuku demonstrated how far his combat training had progressed. Rather than attempting to match the villain's overwhelming strength, he used the shadow aspects of his current absorption to enhance his mobility, flowing between attacks with unnatural fluidity while seeking environmental advantages. "Stand still, you slippery brat," Muscular growled after several failed attempts to land a crushing blow. "Not likely," Izuku replied, using his wood absorption to integrate momentarily with a massive tree, emerging from its trunk behind the villain to land a precision strike at a nerve cluster. Despite these tactical advantages, however, Izuku knew he was merely buying time. The villain's coordination and power would eventually overwhelm him, especially as his current absorptions began to fade. He needed a new approach, and quickly. The opportunity came when Dabi launched a concentrated flame attack that Izuku narrowly avoided. As the blue fire scorched the forest floor beside him, Izuku made direct contact with the supernatural flames, initiating a new absorption that sent searing pain through his system. Dabi's fire was not natural flame, but a quirk manifestation of exceptional intensity. As its properties flowed into Izuku, replacing the fading shadow energy, his body illuminated with blue-tinged flames that didn't burn his wood-infused skin but rather integrated with it, creating a uniquely balanced combination. "He's stealing your quirk, Dabi?" the masked villain observed with disturbing interest. "How fascinating." "Temporarily," Izuku corrected, channeling the absorbed fire through his wood-based form in a controlled release that created a barrier of blue flame between himself and the villains. But effective enough. The unexpected quirk combination bought precious seconds for Izuku to assess his deteriorating situation. His classmates had hopefully reached safety, but reinforcements hadn't arrived. He couldn't maintain this defensive position indefinitely against multiple high-level threats. His decision to attempt strategic withdrawal came too late. A new villain materialized from seemingly nowhere, Mr. Compress, whose quirk allowed him to transform people and objects into small marbles. Before Izuku could react, the magician-like villain had maneuvered behind him. "A fine performance, young hero," Compress commented smoothly, "but I'm afraid the show must go on elsewhere." As the villain's gloved hand descended toward him, Izuku made a desperate final move. He released the controlled flame barrier in an omnidirectional burst that momentarily forced all the villains back. In that crucial moment, he charged through the opening, heading in the direction his classmates had taken. He had nearly reached the tree line when Muscular intercepted him with devastating speed, a muscle-enhanced fist connecting solidly with Izuku's midsection despite his protective absorptions. The impact sent him crashing through underbrush and against a massive boulder, his wood properties splintering under the tremendous force. As he struggled to rise, vision blurring from the impact, Izuku saw something that chilled him more deeply than any physical pain. In the distance, multiple compressed marbles gleamed in the villain's hand, and from Shoji's anguished expression as he fought futilely against Dabi, Izuku knew that Bakugo and Tokoyami had been captured. Take this one too, the masked villain, whom Izuku now recognized as Shigaraki from the USJ incident, instructed Compress, gesturing toward Izuku's semi-conscious form. His absorption quirk could be useful. Izuku attempted to absorb properties from the boulder against which he was pinned, but his control was fading with his consciousness. As Compress approached, hand extended to compress him as well. A massive ice wall suddenly erupted between them, followed by an explosion of steam as Todoroki arrived. Both sides of his quirk activated at maximum output. "Get away from him," Todoroki commanded, flames wreathing his left side, while ice formed continuously along his right. The momentary reprieve allowed Shoji to reach Izuku, multiple arms lifting his injured classmate. "Can you move?" the tentacled student asked urgently. "Bakugo, Tokoyami." Izuku managed, fighting to remain conscious. "Captured," Shoji confirmed grimly. "We need to retreat and regroup with the pros." As they withdrew under Todoroki's covering fire, Izuku felt a crushing sense of failure. Despite his quirk's adaptability, despite all his training and analysis, he had been unable to prevent his classmates' capture. The knowledge that he had been targeted as well provided no consolation. Only the grim realization that the League of Villains had identified him as a strategic asset worth acquiring. Back at the training facility's main building, chaos reigned. Several students had sustained serious injuries, including Midoriya himself, and the pro-heroes were coordinating an emergency response with limited information. Aizawa's expression was thunderous as he received confirmation of the abductions. They were targeting specific students, Izuku reported from his medical bed, where Recovery Girl was treating his extensive injuries. Bakugo and Tokoyami primarily, based on their sports festival performance. And he hesitated before adding, "They seemed interested in my absorption quirk as well." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "This was a planned operation with specific intelligence about our students. The security breach implications are concerning." As the night progressed into early morning, emergency response teams arrived to transport the injured and secure the area. Izuku, despite Recovery Girl's objections, insisted on joining the strategic discussion regarding rescue options. "We have to get them back," he stated with uncharacteristic forcefulness, his normally analytical approach tempered by emotional urgency. "Every minute they remain with the League increases the danger. No one is suggesting abandoning them, Midoriya," Aizawa responded firmly. "But rushing in without proper intelligence and support would only result in more casualties." The debate continued until dawn, when news arrived that changed everything. All Might and a team of pro-heroes had located the League's hideout in Kamino Ward, based on tracking information from a transmitter that Yaoyorozu had created and Izuku had managed to attach to one of the Nomu during the forest battle. "They're mounting a rescue operation tonight," Aizawa informed the gathered students, his expression grave. "All of you will remain here under protection. This is a job for professional heroes." Izuku nodded outwardly, but internally, his mind was already formulating alternatives. The official response would undoubtedly be well-planned and executed with precision, but something about the situation nagged at his analytical instincts. The League had demonstrated unprecedented coordination and intelligence. A straightforward assault might be exactly what they were preparing for. When he shared these concerns with Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Ida in a private conversation away from faculty supervision, he found mixed reactions. "You're suggesting we conduct our own parallel operation?" Ida asked incredulously. "After everything that happened with Stain? Have you learned nothing about the consequences of vigilante action?" "I'm suggesting we provide backup and alternative options," Izuku clarified. "Not direct intervention unless absolutely necessary." Kirishima slammed his hardened fist into his palm. "I'm in. Bakugo would do the same for any of us." "That's debatable," Todoroki commented dryly, though his expression remained thoughtful. "But your point about the League's preparation has merit, Midoriya." Yaoyorozu, who had been silent during the exchange, finally spoke. "I can create additional trackers and disguises to avoid recognition, But this would mean directly disobeying orders from our teachers and potentially interfering with an official hero operation. I know, Izuku acknowledged, the weight of the decision evident in his voice. And I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't believe our classmates' lives depended on having every possible contingency covered. In the end, despite Ida's continued objections, the group made their decision. They would travel to Kamino Ward, maintain observation positions only, and intervene only if the official operation faced unexpected complications that their quirks might help address. As they prepared to depart that evening, using disguises created by Yaoyorozu and traveling routes designed to avoid detection, Izuku felt the burden of leadership settling heavily on his shoulders. This wasn't a classroom exercise or a supervised training activity. Their actions, however well-intentioned, carried real consequences, not just for themselves, but potentially for the professional heroes mounting the official rescue. "We'll observe only," he reminded the group as they boarded a train to Kamino Ward. "No engagement unless absolutely necessary." Kirishima nodded reluctantly, his usual enthusiasm tempered by the gravity of their undertaking. "For Bakugo and Tokoyami, for our classmates," Izuku agreed, his expression resolute beneath his disguise. What awaited them in Kamino Ward would test not just their quirks and training, but the very definition of heroism they had been taught to uphold. As the train carried them toward an uncertain confrontation, Izuku could only hope that his absorption quirk, and the tactical mind he had honed alongside it, would prove equal to the challenge ahead. Kamino Ward's rain-slicked streets reflected neon signs and emergency lights as Izuku and his classmates maintained their observation position in a narrow alley adjacent to the warehouse district. The pro-hero operation was underway, with teams led by Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Gang Orca converging on the suspected League hideout. "They're moving with impressive coordination," Todoroki observed, his mismatched eyes tracking his father's distinctive flame signature in the distance. Izuku nodded, analytical even in this tense situation. Multiple entry points, communications synchronized. They've planned this well. Their original intent to remain passive observers was challenged when they detected unusual activity several blocks from the main operation. A separate building with suspicious security measures that didn't match the warehouse's alleged commercial purpose. "That doesn't appear on any of the official operation maps," Yaoyorozu noted, consulting the police information she had accessed through her family's connections. "It's as if they don't know it exists." "A secondary hideout?" Kirishima suggested, his hardened fists clenching with anticipation. Bakugo and Tokoyami could be there instead of the main target. Izuku's mind raced, considering possibilities and risks. "If we alert the pros, they might need to divert resources from the main operation. If we investigate ourselves." "Absolutely not," Ida interjected firmly. "We agreed to observation only. This is exactly the kind of situation where students should defer to professionals." Before they could resolve this tactical disagreement, their decision was made for them. A massive explosion rocked the primary hideout as the pro-heroes executed their breach, followed immediately by an unexpected development. Multiple Nomu emerging not from the targeted building, but from various locations throughout the district, including near the secondary location they had identified. They were prepared, Izuku realized with growing alarm. This is a counter-operation. The situation deteriorated rapidly. While the main hero force engaged the Nomu threat, a black warp gate, Kurogiri's quirk, materialized near the secondary building. Through it emerged a figure Izuku recognized from news reports with chilling clarity. All for One, the legendary villain whose existence many had considered mythical until his recent confirmed activities. "That's impossible," Todoroki whispered, uncharacteristic fear in his voice. "He's supposed to be incapacitated after his last battle with All Might, yet the evidence before them was undeniable." The masked villain emanated such palpable malevolence that even at their distance, Izuku felt a primal urge to retreat. When All for One raised a hand toward the embattled pro-heroes, the resulting impact created a shockwave that devastated an entire city block. "We need to alert the main operation," Izuku decided, abandoning their observation-only plan. "This changes everything." As Yaoyorozu attempted to establish communication through her emergency channel, another familiar figure arrived on the scene, All Might, descending from above with such force that his landing created a crater in the pavement. "All for One," the symbol of peace roared, his voice carrying even to their position. "Your reign of terror ends tonight." What followed was combat on a scale Izuku had never witnessed. Two titans exchanging blows that shattered concrete and generated shock waves felt blocks away. The raw power displayed made even the UA Sports Festival finals seem like a children's game in comparison. "We should retreat," Ida urged, his engines primed for a quick evacuation. "This is beyond anything we can contribute to." Izuku was about to agree when movement at the secondary building caught his attention. Through a partially destroyed wall, he glimpsed a familiar explosive quirk user attempting to break free of restraints. "Bakugo," he gasped. "He's in that building." "And Tokoyami," Kirishima added, his enhanced vision detecting their bird-headed classmate similarly restrained nearby. "They're alive." The discovery forced an immediate recalculation. While All Might engaged All for One in their cataclysmic battle, the secondary hideout remained relatively unguarded, with most League members presumably evacuated through Kurogiri's warp gates. New plan, Izuku decided, his leadership asserting itself naturally. Yaoyorozu, continue attempting to alert the pro-operation. Todoroki, Kirishima, and I will approach the secondary building to assess extraction possibilities. Ida, maintain position as our communication relay and emergency evacuation option. Despite Ida's continued objections, the urgency of the situation prevented further debate. As they separated according to the revised plan, Izuku led Todoroki and Kirishima through maintenance alleys toward the secondary hideout, careful to remain out of the devastation zone where All Might and All for One continued their earth-shattering confrontation. "We'll need to be quick and quiet," Izuku instructed, already absorbing properties from a metal drainage pipe they passed. Steel strength and conductivity flowing into his system, in and out before anyone realizes we're there. Their approach to the building was cautious but efficient, using the chaos of the larger battle as cover. When they reached a service entrance, Todoroki used precisely controlled ice to disable the electronic lock without triggering alarms. Inside, the facility appeared largely abandoned, evidence of hasty evacuation visible in discarded equipment and documents. They followed the sounds of struggle to a reinforced chamber where Bakugo and Tokoyami were indeed being held, restrained by specialized equipment designed to neutralize their quirks. "Took you long enough?" Bakugo growled upon seeing them, though the relief in his eyes belied his harsh tone. "A rescue operation was not what I anticipated from fellow students," Tokoyami added more graciously, "but it is most welcome nonetheless." As Kirishima used his hardened hands to break Bakugo's restraints while Todoroki carefully melted the specialized bindings holding Tokoyami, Izuku maintained lookout, his steel-infused senses alert for any approaching threats. "The pros are engaged with multiple Nomu and All for One himself," he explained quietly. "We identified this secondary location they missed. Now we need to extract without being detected." "Without being detected? You're several steps too late for that, I'm afraid." The chilling voice belonged to Shigaraki, who stood in the doorway with several League members behind him. Though they had presumably been evacuating, the villain's red eyes fixated on the rescue attempt with undisguised rage. "Stealing what belongs to the League?" Shigaraki's hand rose, decay quirk primed. "I don't think so." Before the confrontation could escalate, however, a tremendous crash shook the entire building as an external wall collapsed. Through the newly created opening stumbled a bleeding, partially transformed All Might. His right side still muscular and heroic, his left revealing the gaunt, skeletal frame that Izuku recognized as his true form. "Young Midoriya," All Might managed, clearly shocked to find his students present. "Get everyone out. Now." The symbol of peace's condition sent a wave of horror through Izuku. Whatever had transpired in the battle with All for One had pushed All Might beyond his limits, forcing a partial reversion that exposed his secret to anyone watching. "Fascinating," came another voice as All for One himself appeared behind All Might, his masked face impossible to read but his tone carrying amused interest. "Students risking everything for their classmates. How heroic." The situation had deteriorated beyond their worst projections. Trapped between Shigaraki's League members and All for One himself, with an injured All Might unable to maintain his powered form, their options seemed non-existent. In this moment of crisis, Izuku made a decision that would later be analyzed in countless hero studies classes. He stepped forward, placing himself between his classmates and the approaching villains. "Everyone leave through the breach All Might created," he instructed quietly. "Todoroki, create an ice wall behind us for cover. Kirishima, get Bakugo and Tokoyami to safety. Ida and Yaoyorozu should be waiting at our rendezvous point. And you, Todoroki asked, already preparing his ice quirk. I'll cover your retreat, Izuku replied, his steel-infused form tensing for what might be his most challenging battle yet. Like hell, Bakugo objected, explosions crackling in his newly freed palms. I'm not running while you play hero Deku. This isn't optional, Izuku countered firmly. All Might needs medical attention, and you were their primary targets. Tactical withdrawal is our only viable option. All Might attempted to protest, but a cough that brought blood to his lips underscored Izuku's assessment of his condition. With visible reluctance, the symbol of peace allowed Kirishima to support him toward the exit. As the others began their strategic retreat, Izuku faced the approaching villains, particularly All for One, whose masked presence radiated malevolent interest. The Absorption boy, All for One commented, his modulated voice eerily calm. Tamura has mentioned you, a quirk that temporarily takes on properties and aspects of other quirks. Primitive compared to my own, but interesting. Izuku didn't respond verbally. Instead, he pressed his palm against the concrete floor, adding its properties to his existing steel absorption. The combination created a uniquely reinforced defense as his skin took on a metallic stone hybrid appearance. Buying time for your friends? All for One seemed almost amused. Admirable, but ultimately futile. When the villain raised his hand, Izuku braced for an attack similar to the devastation he'd witnessed outside. Instead, All for One simply tilted his head curiously. I wonder, the master villain mused, what would happen if you attempted to absorb a quirk like mine? Would your system even comprehend it? The question sent a chill through Izuku, but he maintained his defensive stance. Behind him, he could hear his classmates reaching the breach, Todoroki's ice beginning to form a protective barrier as they escaped. Let's find out, shall we? All for One suggested, extending his hand not in attack but as if offering a handshake, a perverse gesture given the context. Before Izuku could react, Shigaraki lunged forward impatiently, his decay-capable hand extended toward Izuku's face. Enough talking. If he wants to stay behind, he can decay like the rest of this hero society. Izuku reacted instinctively, catching Shigaraki's wrist before the decay quirk could touch him. The contact activated his absorption ability, and for the second time, he felt the unsettling properties of decay flowing into his system. Unlike at the USJ, however, this absorption was more controlled, more precise, evidence of his growing mastery. As decay properties manifested along his arm, creating a disturbing aesthetic of disintegrating metal and stone, Izuku used the absorbed quirk to free himself from Shigaraki's grip. Where their skin made contact, Shigaraki's own hand began to crumble slightly, causing the villain to recoil in shock. He turned my decay against me, Shigaraki snarled, genuine fear mixing with his rage. All for One's interest seemed to intensify. Remarkable adaptation. Not just mimicry but functional integration. Your quirk continues to evolve. Young Midoriya. The ice wall behind Izuku had now sealed completely, indicating his classmates had successfully retreated with all might. His objective accomplished, Izuku prepared for his own withdrawal, though the prospects seemed increasingly dire as more league members converged on his position. An unexpected intervention arrived in the form of a massive explosion that rocked the building's foundation. Through a newly created opening appeared Endeavor, flames raging around him as he surveyed the scene with professional calculation. Midoriya, the flame hero, acknowledged with surprising recognition. The other students reported your position. Extraction team is waiting. All for One side with theatrical disappointment. It seems our experiment must wait for another day. Absorption boy, give All Might my regards. Before either hero could respond, All for One generated a pressure wave that temporarily blinded them. When their vision cleared, the villains had vanished, presumably through one of Kurogiri's warp gates. We're leaving, Endeavor stated flatly, not a suggestion but a command. The entire ward has been designated for immediate evacuation. As they exited the collapsing building, Izuku's absorbed quirks, steel, concrete, and the fading decay, combined to protect him from falling debris. Outside, the devastation was even more apparent. Entire city blocks reduced to rubble, pro-heroes coordinating civilian evacuations, and media helicopters circling overhead despite the danger. At the temporary medical station, Izuku reunited with his classmates. All Might had already been transported to a secure facility, his condition classified but reportedly stable. Bakugo and Tokoyami, after brief medical assessments, joined them with visible relief. "That was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever seen," Bakugo commented, referring to Izuku's confrontation with All for One and Shigaraki. "Probably both." "I'm inclined to agree," Aizawa added, appearing behind them with an expression that promised significant consequences. "Though unauthorized, reckless, and potentially catastrophic would be my preferred terminology." Despite their teacher's evident disapproval, there was a complexity to his expression that suggested reluctant acknowledgement of their actions' positive outcome. The rescue had succeeded against overwhelming odds, and while disciplinary measures would certainly follow, they had demonstrated exceptional quirk application and teamwork under extreme pressure. As dawn broke over the devastated Kamino ward, Izuku stood with his classmates watching emergency crews continue their work. The absorption quirk that had awakened in him years ago on a playground had now faced the ultimate villain and proven adaptable even to that extreme challenge. Yet something fundamental had changed in the hero landscape overnight. All Might's condition, while not publicly detailed, represented a seismic shift in the power balance that had maintained Japan's hero society. Izuku sensed that they stood at the threshold of a new era, one that would demand even more from the next generation of heroes. "What happens now?" Kirishima asked quietly, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Izuku looked toward the rising sun, the first rays illuminating a changed world. "We keep moving forward," he answered. "We learn from this, grow stronger, and prepare for whatever comes next." As they were finally escorted to transport vehicles that would return them to UA, Izuku felt a vibration from his phone. The message, from an unknown number, contained just 5 words that sent a chill through his entire body. "I'll be watching you, Absorber." Whether from All for One himself or another entity who had observed his quirk's potential, the message represented both recognition and warning. Izuku's journey had reached a critical juncture, his absorption quirk now identified by the highest echelons of villainy as something worth monitoring, perhaps even acquiring. The aftermath of Kamino Ward left Japan reeling. All Might's retirement announcement echoed across the nation, his emaciated form revealed to a shocked public as he declared, "You're next." A message ostensibly for the villains, but one Izuku knew was meant for the next generation of heroes. As Class 1A settled into their new dormitories at UA, Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed, examining his palm in the dim light. Since the battle with All for One, his quirk had been different. The lingering sensation of Shigaraki's decay had persisted longer than any previous absorption, as if his body was analyzing it at a molecular level rather than simply mimicking its properties. More unsettling was what had happened when he touched All Might during a private conversation about the future. Without intentionally activating his quirk, he'd experienced a momentary flash of his mentor's memories, fragments of past battles, training with Gran Torino, and a profound sense of responsibility. It had lasted only seconds, but the implications were staggering. "It's evolving," Izuku murmured to himself, flexing his fingers as he recalled Recovery Girl's examination. His quirk factor had shown unprecedented activity since Kamino, developing new neural pathways throughout his system. She'd theorized that extreme stress had triggered an awakening, similar to what had happened to Toga and Twice during the villain assault. The notification on his phone interrupted his thoughts, a message from Aizawa reminding the class about the upcoming Provisional Hero License exam. With All Might's retirement creating a power vacuum, hero agencies needed reinforcements sooner than ever. First years receiving provisional licenses was unprecedented, but these were unprecedented times. Izuku closed his eyes, centering himself. Whatever was happening with his quirk, he'd need to master it quickly. Japan needed heroes now more than ever. The Provisional Hero License exam arena buzzed with energy as students from across Japan gathered to compete for the limited licenses available. Izuku adjusted his new costume, glancing around at the unfamiliar faces, over 100 students, many already eyeing UA with barely concealed hostility. "Everyone wants to take down UA after our publicity from the villain attacks," Todoroki observed quietly. "Let them try," Bakugo growled, palms sparking. Izuku remained silent, his analytical mind already categorizing the visible quirks among their competition. Something had shifted in his perception since Kamino. He found himself intuitively understanding quirks after just brief observation, as if his absorption ability was gathering data even without direct contact. When the examiner announced the first trial eliminate competitors by hitting their targets while protecting your own, The other schools immediately targeted UA. Scatter! Izuku called to his classmates as the first wave of attacks came. As they dispersed, Izuku pressed his palm against the arena floor, absorbing properties from the specialized concrete. Unlike previous absorptions, he felt a deeper connection, not just to the material's hardness but to its engineered structure. The reinforced core designed to withstand quirk damage, the subtle flexibility that prevented catastrophic failure. His skin took on a stone-like appearance as he rolled away from a barrage of projectiles. But this absorption felt more comprehensive, more integrated than ever before. Rather than simply mimicking the concrete's properties, he understood them fundamentally. Maneuvering through the chaotic battlefield, Izuku encountered a student whose hands generated powerful shock waves. Instead of dodging, he reached out, brushing his fingers against the student's arm during a failed attack. The absorption was instantaneous, but what followed was new. As the shock wave properties flowed into his system, Izuku also received flashes of the student's training hours spent practicing precise control, the technique adjustments made to prevent self-injury, even the frustration of early failures. When Izuku released his own shock wave seconds later, it wasn't a crude imitation but a refined technique, executed with the efficiency of someone who had trained with the quirk for years. How did you master it so quickly? The shocked student gasped before Izuku's perfectly placed shock wave eliminated him from the competition. Izuku had no time to contemplate this new development as the battle intensified. Spotting Uraraka and Azui surrounded by opponents, he quickly formulated a plan. "Ochako!" he called, extending his hand as he approached. Understanding immediately, she touched her fingers to his, allowing him to absorb aspects of her zero-gravity quirk. The absorption brought not just the quirk's mechanics but Uraraka's experiences with it, her nausea when overusing it, the precision required for controlled application, the emotional weight of her decision to become a rescue hero. Combining zero-gravity with his concrete properties and shock wave absorption, Izuku created a devastating technique, touching the ground to send controlled gravitational disruptions through the concrete, creating a zone where opponents floated helplessly while precise shock waves eliminated their targets. As the first round concluded, Izuku's classmates gathered, many looking at him with newfound respect and confusion. "Deku, your quirk," Uraraka began, hesitation in her voice. "When you absorbed mine, it felt different. Like you weren't just copying it, but understanding it," he finished quietly. "It's changing, evolving." Before they could discuss further, the second phase was announced, a large-scale disaster simulation requiring rescue operations. This would test not just combat abilities but the core of what being a hero truly meant. As they entered the simulated disaster zone, Izuku's enhanced absorption provided unprecedented versatility. Touching rubble gave him not just material properties but structural understanding to create safe evacuation routes. Brief contact with Yaoyorozu granted temporary creation abilities combined with her encyclopedic knowledge of materials. When Gang Orca and his team appeared as villains attacking during the rescue operation, Izuku demonstrated the true evolution of his quirk. A momentary brush against the pro-hero's costume allowed him to absorb not just aquatic properties but Gang Orca's tactical experience, professional rescue protocols, and even his philosophy on villain intervention during crisis situations. Evacuate civilians to the North Quadrant. Izuku directed his classmates with uncharacteristic authority, outlining a complex defensive formation that maximized their quirk's effectiveness. Todoroki, create ice barriers along these vectors. Bakugo, controlled explosions to divert attention from the evacuation teams. The precision of his commands, delivered with Gang Orca's situational awareness and tactical expertise, transformed their scattered efforts into a coordinated response that impressed even the examining heroes. In the confrontation with Gang Orca himself, Izuku's combined absorptions, concrete durability, shock wave projection, aquatic adaptation, and tactical knowledge allowed him to engage the pro-hero directly while his classmates completed the rescue operations. "Interesting," Gang Orca commented as they exchanged blows, Izuku matching the pro's underwater fighting techniques with uncanny precision. "Your quirk has evolved beyond simple mimicry." Izuku didn't respond verbally, focusing instead on applying the perfect counterforce to Gang Orca's echolocation attacks by creating precisely calibrated shockwaves that disrupted the sonic frequencies. When the exam concluded, Izuku stood among those who had earned their provisional licenses, though not without cost. The multiple high-level absorptions had taken a physical toll, leaving him exhausted and with a pounding headache, a reminder that even with evolution came limitations. As they prepared to return to UA, Izuku received a text from an unfamiliar number. "Your growth is remarkable. We should talk about your internship options." Sir Night-Eye, the message sent a mixture of excitement and apprehension through him. Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick and one of the most analytical heroes in the profession, had noticed him. Whatever was happening with his quirk, it had attracted attention at the highest levels. That night, as he documented the day's discoveries in his quirk journal, Izuku made a new entry. Absorption Quirk Evolution, Phase 1. Understanding absorption. Not just properties but knowledge, experience, and technique. Duration increasing with each use. Limitations still being determined. He couldn't know then how prophetic that entry would be, or how soon his evolved quirk would face its greatest test yet. Sir Night-Eye's agency was exactly what Izuku had expected: meticulously organized, clinically efficient, and intensely focused on analytical heroism. What he hadn't expected was the immediate, penetrating assessment the former sidekick gave him upon arrival. "Your quirk is undergoing a fundamental transformation," Night-Eye stated without preamble, adjusting his glasses as he examined Izuku's file. "The data from your license exam shows absorption patterns inconsistent with your previous documented capabilities." Izuku nodded, unsurprised by Night-Eye's perception. "It began after Kamino. I'm not just absorbing physical properties or quirk aspects anymore. I'm gaining understanding." "Fascinating," Night-Eye replied, his expression unchanged though his eyes reflected keen interest. "And potentially problematic. Rapid quirk evolution without corresponding control development can lead to catastrophic outcomes. That's why I wanted to intern with you," Izuku explained. "Your analytical abilities and experience with power scaling issues with All Might make you uniquely qualified to help me navigate this." Something flickered across Night-Eye's face at the mention of All Might: old pain, perhaps, or unresolved tension. But his professional demeanor reasserted itself immediately. "Very well. Your timing is either fortunate or unfortunate, depending on perspective. We're currently investigating a group called the Shai Hasaikai, Yakuza who have developed concerning connections to the underworld following All Might's retirement." What followed was a comprehensive briefing on the Yakuza group, their reclusive leader Overhaul, and the alarming intelligence suggesting they were developing some form of quirk-destroying weapon. The briefing also introduced Izuku to Mirio Togata UA third-year, Big 3 member, and Sir Night-Eye's primary protege. "The Million Boy," Izuku exclaimed with genuine admiration, having heard about Mirio's remarkable mastery of his challenging permeation quirk. Mirio's sunny personality was immediate and infectious. "And you must be the absorption prodigy I've heard about. Sir says your quirk evolution might be one of the most significant developments since the emergence of multiple quirk nomas." Their introduction was cut short by an unexpected encounter during a routine patrol, a chance meeting with Overhaul himself and a small, bandaged girl who radiated fear so profound that Izuku felt it without absorption. The confrontation was brief but revealing. Overhaul's dismissive attitude toward heroes, his clinical handling of the terrified child, and his palpable disdain for what he called the hero disease infecting society provided crucial insights into his psychology. When Overhaul departed after the tense exchange, Izuku was left with a lingering concern for the bandaged girl and a disturbing realization. During their brief proximity, he had experienced involuntary absorption, not of Overhaul's quirk, but of the ambient emotional distress emanating from the child. It had been faint but unmistakable, an empathic connection formed without physical contact. "Her name is Eri," Night-Eye informed them during the subsequent debriefing. "Based on limited intelligence, she appears to be central to whatever the Shai Hasaikai are developing." The investigation accelerated after this encounter, with Night-Eye coordinating a joint operation involving multiple hero agencies. Izuku worked closely with Mirio, their complementary quirks creating an effective partnership during intelligence gathering and surveillance activities. During one training session, Izuku asked for permission to absorb aspects of Mirio's permeation quirk to better understand its mechanics. "Absolutely," Mirio agreed with characteristic enthusiasm. "Though I warn you, it took me years to master. The sensory deprivation alone is disorienting enough to make most people vomit." When their hands connected, Izuku experienced the most complex absorption yet. Permeation's molecular manipulation was intricate beyond anything he'd previously encountered, but more overwhelming were Mirio's experiences: years of humiliating failures, endless practice sessions, the specialized training with Sir Night Eye that had transformed a nearly unusable quirk into one of UA's most formidable abilities. When Izuku activated the absorbed permeation, he did so with Mirio's hard-earned mastery already integrated. He phased through a training wall with precision that stunned even Night Eye, navigating the sensory deprivation with techniques that had taken Mirio years to develop. "Incredible," Mirio whispered, watching Izuku execute advanced permeation techniques after mere minutes of absorption. "You're not copying my quirk, you're inheriting my experience with it." This demonstration cemented Night Eye's decision to include Izuku in the core team for the Shai Hasaikai raid. His evolving absorption abilities provided tactical flexibility that could prove decisive in the uncertain conditions they would face in the Yakuza compound. The night before the operation, Izuku received a troubling message from the same unknown number that had contacted him after Kamino. "Your absorption grows impressive. When you face Overhaul, remember that destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin. A friend who's watching." The message's timing and specific knowledge about both his quirk and the upcoming operation suggested a concerning security breach. But there was no time to investigate as the raid launched in the pre-dawn hours. The Shai Hasaikai compound proved to be a labyrinthine nightmare, multiple underground levels with recycled architectural elements designed to confuse intruders. As the hero teams separated to cover more ground, Izuku found himself paired with Mirio, navigating deeper into the complex in search of Eri. Their first major encounter came against Tengai and Rappa, Yakuza enforcers with complementary quirks. Tengai's impenetrable barriers protected them, while Rappa's devastating punches delivered offensive power. In the confined underground corridor, Izuku made a tactical decision. Rather than attempting to absorb multiple quirks simultaneously, still a developing aspect of his evolution, he focused on environmental absorption, pressing his palm against the specialized concrete of the Yakuza hideout. The absorption was immediate and comprehensive, providing not just material properties but structural understanding of the entire compound. Support columns, weight distribution, even the specialized materials used to dampen sound and quirk effects. Mirio, he called, sharing critical structural information. The ceiling 3 meters ahead has a deliberate weak point, likely a trap design. Their coordinated response transformed what should have been an ambush to their disadvantage. When Tengai deployed his barrier to force them into Rappa's range, Izuku used his concrete understanding to strike precisely at structural weaknesses, creating new pathways while destabilizing their opponent's positions. When Rappa landed a glancing blow during the chaotic exchange, Izuku absorbed aspects of his enhancement quirk, not just the power behind his rapid punches, but the specialized muscle control and timing that made them effective. More disturbingly, he glimpsed Rappa's violent philosophy and obsession with meaningful death through combat. The combined absorption, concrete structural knowledge, and Rappa's combat enhancement allowed Izuku to create a devastating counter-technique. He struck the floor with precisely calculated force, creating a pressure wave through the concrete that bypassed Tengai's barrier by traveling through the structure itself. As they progressed deeper, separating from other hero teams due to the compound's disorienting design, they finally located Eri, held by Overhaul himself in a specialized laboratory filled with medical equipment and disturbing implements. "You heroes are persistent parasites," Overhaul commented, his plague doctor mask concealing his expression but not the contempt in his voice. "Always interfering with necessary progress." What followed was a revelation of horror. Overhaul's experiments on Eri, whose rewind quirk could reverse physical states, had produced bullets capable of erasing quirks permanently. His plans to monopolize both the destruction and cure of quirks would reshape society in his twisted image of purity. "She's your daughter," Mirio realized with horror. "You've been experimenting on your own child. A necessary sacrifice for the greater cleansing," Overhaul replied coldly, removing his glove. "As will be your quirks, which I'll harvest for further research." The battle erupted with devastating intensity. Overhaul's decay and reconstruction quirk proved to be one of the most formidable Izuku had encountered, capable of disassembling and reassembling matter instantaneously, including his own body and the environment around him. Mirio's permeation initially gave them an advantage, his intangibility allowing him to bypass Overhaul's reconstructed defenses while protecting Eri. But the turning point came when Overhaul, in desperate frustration, fired one of his completed quirk-destroying bullets. Time seemed to slow as Izuku watched the projectile approach Mirio, who had solidified to protect Eri from another attack. Without conscious thought, Izuku lunged into the bullet's path, his hand extended to intercept it. The moment of contact triggered the most profound absorption experience yet. As the bullet's contents entered his system, Izuku absorbed not just its physical components, but the fundamental essence of Eri's rewind quirk that had been weaponized within it. His mind filled with her experiences, the pain of extraction, the horror of seeing her power used for destruction, and the intricate temporal mechanics that made rewind one of the most powerful quirks in existence. Instead of losing his quirk, Izuku's absorption evolved to incorporate rewind's properties. His body momentarily glowed with temporal energy as the competing quirk factors negotiated a complex integration. Impossible, Overhaul whispered, genuine fear replacing his clinical detachment. The bullet should have destroyed your quirk, not enhanced it. Izuku didn't respond verbally. Instead, he pressed his palm against the laboratory floor, combining his concrete understanding with newly absorbed rewind properties. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. The restructured compound began reverting to its original state, reconstruction barriers collapsing as temporal energy restored the environment to its previous condition. In the momentary confusion, Mirio executed a flawless rescue maneuver, extracting Eri from Overhaul's grasp. But their apparent victory was short-lived as Overhaul, in desperate rage, unleashed his quirk's full potential, fusing with one of his subordinates to create a monstrous amalgamation of reconstructed flesh and architectural elements. "Give her back!" The Overhaul monster roared, massive reconstructed limbs shattering what remained of the laboratory. "She belongs to me." In the chaos, a second quirk-destroying bullet found its mark. Mirio, having exhausted his permeation's time limit, took a direct hit while shielding Eri. His anguished cry as his quirk was erased reverberated through the collapsing chamber. Something fundamental shifted in Izuku in that moment. Seeing Mirio, the hero who had worked harder than anyone to master his challenging quirk, who had been moments away from fulfilling his dream of becoming the next symbol of peace, losing everything catalyzed a new phase in his quirk's evolution. "Mirio, protect Eri," Izuku instructed, his voice unnaturally calm as he stepped forward to face the Overhaul monster alone. "I'll handle this." What followed wasn't just combat, but a demonstration of absorption mastery that would later be analyzed in UA's advanced quirk theory classes. Izuku combined multiple absorptions simultaneously: concrete structural knowledge, Rappa's enhanced striking techniques, permeation's phasing precision, absorbed before Mirio lost his quirk, and most critically, the rewind properties from the quirk-destroying bullet. His body radiated temporal energy as he engaged Overhaul directly, each strike not just delivering physical impact but precise rewind effects that countered Overhaul's reconstruction abilities. When Overhaul disassembled the floor to create weaponized spikes, Izuku rewound them to their original state. When Overhaul reconstructed his monstrous form to heal damage, Izuku's temporally charged strikes reverted the repairs. "Your quirk, what is it becoming?" Overhaul gasped as his reconstructions were systematically neutralized by Izuku's evolved absorption. "Something you could never understand," Izuku replied, advancing steadily despite the chaotic destruction around them. "True heroism isn't about cleansing or controlling. It's about protecting and understanding." The decisive moment came when Izuku, having systematically dismantled Overhaul's offensive capabilities, delivered a combination that demonstrated his quirk's true evolution. He struck with precision at the center of Overhaul's monstrous form, his hand glowing with refined temporal energy. "Rewind integration," he announced, the technique name coming to him intuitively as he applied Eri's quirk with calculated control. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Overhaul's monstrous fusion began to separate, the reconstructed materials returning to their original states as temporal energy reversed the quirk effects that had created them. Within seconds, Overhaul and his subordinate were forcibly separated, their fused form undone by the precisely applied rewind energy. As Overhaul collapsed, separated and disoriented, the other hero teams finally broke through to their location. The raid concluded with the Yakuza leader's capture and the recovery of both his quirk-destroying bullets and their production research. In the aftermath, as medical teams treated the injured and police secured the prisoners, Izuku made a decision that would change the trajectory of hero society. Approaching Mirio, who sat devastated by the permanent loss of his quirk, he extended his hand. "I absorbed the properties of the bullet that hit you," Izuku explained quietly, "including Eri's rewind quirk that powers it. With your permission, I'd like to try something." Mirio looked up, hope and skepticism warring in his expression. "You think you can restore my quirk?" The doctors said the damage is permanent. Absorption has evolved beyond what anyone understands, Izuku replied. Let me try. With Mirio's consent, Izuku placed his palm against his senpai's chest, directly over his heart. Focusing intensely, he channeled the refined rewind energy he had absorbed, directing it specifically at Mirio's quirk factor, the biological mechanisms that had been destroyed by Overhaul's bullet. The process was delicate and exhausting, requiring precision control to rewind only the quirk damage without affecting Mirio's other biological systems. For several minutes, temporal energy flowed between them. Izuku's expression locked in concentration, while sweat beaded on his forehead from the effort. When he finally withdrew his hand, collapsing to one knee from exhaustion, the room was silent with anticipation. Mirio closed his eyes, focusing inward to assess any change. Slowly, his expression transformed from concentration to disbelief, then to pure joy as his finger began to phase through his other hand. "It's back," he whispered, staring at his phasing limb with wonder. "You actually restored my permeation." The implications were staggering. Quirk-destroying bullets, Overhaul's potential market-shifting weapon, had been neutralized by Izuku's evolved absorption. What was meant to be a permanent erasure of abilities had been reversed, establishing a countermeasure to what could have been a devastating threat to hero society. Sir Night Eye, who had been seriously injured during the raid, requested to see both Izuku and Mirio in his hospital room afterward. Despite his condition, the former sidekick's analytical mind was clearly processing the ramifications of what had occurred. "I used my foresight on you during our first meeting," Night Eye admitted to Izuku, his voice weak but his gaze intense. "I saw your death, Midoriya, crushed by a villain your quirk couldn't counter. Yet today, you demonstrated abilities that directly contradict that future." "What are you saying, sir?" Mirio asked, still occasionally phasing parts of his body as if reassuring himself his quirk had truly returned. "I'm saying," Night Eye replied slowly, "that Midoriya's evolving absorption may be changing the future itself. My foresight has never been wrong before. Until now." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a small, nervous visitor. Eri, now under protective custody, had requested to see the heroes who had rescued her. When she saw Izuku, something remarkable happened. The horn on her forehead, the physical manifestation of her rewind quirk, resonated briefly with the residual temporal energy still circulating in his system. "You understand it," she said softly, touching her horn with wonder. "You understand how it feels." Izuku knelt to her level, smiling gently. "I do, and I can help you understand it too, if you'd like." In that quiet hospital room, with Mirio's quirk restored and Eri beginning her long journey toward healing, Izuku realized the true potential of his evolved absorption. It wasn't just about gaining powers or properties, but about understanding at the deepest level, sharing experiences, knowledge, and even the emotional weight that came with unusual quirks. That night, he updated his quirk journal with a new entry. Absorption Evolution Phase 2, Integration Absorption, can now maintain multiple absorptions simultaneously with increased duration and control. More importantly, can integrate absorbed properties to create new techniques. Successfully absorbed and controlled rewind quirk properties to restore Mirio's permeation. Limitations: extreme mental and physical fatigue after complex absorptions. Further testing required to establish safe parameters. As he closed the journal, a new message arrived from the mysterious number. "You've surpassed expectations, young absorber. Restoration was unexpected. Your next evolution awaits. One who sees potential." The cryptic message would have concerned him more if not for the exhaustion claiming him. Whatever was happening with his quirk, whatever his mysterious observer intended, would have to wait. For now, he had helped save Eri, restored Mirio's future, and taken a significant step toward filling the void left by All Might's retirement. The remedial course assignment came as no surprise to Izuku, despite the successful Shai Hasaikai operation and his evolving absorption abilities. UA's faculty remained justifiably concerned about his independent actions and Quirk's unpredictable development. "Think of it as an opportunity rather than punishment," Aizawa had explained when assigning him to assist the remedial training for students who had failed their provisional license exams. "Your absorption's empathic capabilities could provide valuable perspective for students struggling with their own quirk applications," which was how Izuku found himself at a special training facility alongside Bakugo, Todoroki, and students from other schools including Shiketsu High's Inesa Yarashi, all tasked with demonstrating proper hero conduct to a class of rambunctious elementary students. "This is beneath me," Bakugo grumbled as they prepared for the children's arrival. "Babysitting isn't hero work." "Actually," Izuku countered thoughtfully, "understanding how to communicate with civilians, especially children, is fundamental to effective heroism." All Might's approachability was as important as his strength. Bakugo's only response was a dismissive tch. Though Izuku noticed his rival's expression grow contemplative at the mention of All Might. When the elementary students arrived, chaos erupted immediately. Their untrained quirks and excitable personalities created a perfect storm of disruption that challenged even Izuku's evolved strategic thinking. "They're testing boundaries," he observed, watching one child use a minor duplication quirk to create confusion, looking for authentic responses rather than rehearsed hero personas. The insight proved crucial. Rather than attempting to control the situation with authority, Izuku approached it with genuine interest. He knelt beside a boy whose fingers generated small sparks, a quirk that resembled a miniature version of Bakugo's. "May I?" he asked, extending his hand. When the hesitant child nodded, Izuku absorbed a minimal aspect of the sparking quirk enough to understand but not overwhelm the young quirk factor. The absorption brought unexpected emotional context. The boy's frustration with his quirk's limitations, his admiration of explosion heroes like Bakugo, and his fear of accidentally hurting classmates with uncontrolled sparks. "You know," Izuku said conversationally, generating a tiny, perfectly controlled spark between his fingers. "Precision is actually more impressive than power. Anyone can make a big explosion, but creating exactly the spark you want, exactly when you want it, that takes real skill." The demonstration, combining technical understanding with emotional validation, captured not just that child's attention but several others nearby. Soon, Izuku found himself surrounded by elementary students eager to share their quirks and concerns. His approach didn't go unnoticed. Gang Orca, overseeing the remedial training, observed with professional interest as Izuku absorbed minor aspects of various children's quirks, not to utilize their powers, but to genuinely understand their experiences. "Fascinating application," the pro-hero commented during a break. "You're using absorption for empathy rather than enhancement." Izuku nodded, still processing the complex emotional experiences he'd absorbed from the children. "Their quirks are still developing, like their identities. Understanding how it feels helps me provide better guidance than just technical instruction." This empathic approach proved transformative when a crisis emerged. During an outdoor activity, one child's weather manipulation quirk spiraled out of control, creating dangerous wind conditions that threatened to injure several students caught on a play structure. While Bakugo and Todoroki prepared conventional rescue approaches, Izuku made a different choice. He approached Inesa, whose powerful wind control had been demonstrated during their earlier interactions. "I need to absorb your whirlwind," Izuku requested urgently. "Not just the power, but your understanding of air current management." Inesa, whose passionate personality matched his powerful quirk, clasped Izuku's hand without hesitation. "Take what you need. Saving those kids is all that matters." The absorption was intense and comprehensive. Whirlwind was an extraordinarily powerful quirk, and Inesa's passionate approach to its use flooded Izuku with both technical mastery and emotional fervor. He understood instantly how Inesa visualized air currents, how he directed pressure differentials, and most importantly, how he maintained control during emotional intensity. Combining this absorbed mastery with his strategic mind, Izuku created precision countercurrents that systematically neutralized the child's chaotic weather effects while simultaneously generating supportive updrafts beneath the endangered children. "Amazing wind control," Inesa shouted enthusiastically as Izuku safely lowered the children to the ground. "You understood my quirk's soul perfectly." The incident's resolution earned approval from Gang Orca and, more significantly, genuine admiration from the elementary students. What had begun as a remedial assignment transformed into a valuable learning experience about quirk counseling and civilian interaction. In their final assessment, Gang Orca specifically highlighted Izuku's approach. "Your absorption quirk has applications beyond combat that warrant exploration. The empathic component you've developed could pioneer new approaches to quirk counseling, particularly for individuals with difficult or dangerous abilities." This observation planted a seed in Izuku's mind that would influence his future hero identity. Absorption's evolution wasn't just making him more powerful, It was providing unique insights into the quirk-centered challenges that shaped individuals' lives and relationships. As the remedial course concluded with all participants receiving their provisional licenses, Izuku found himself contemplating this broader application. In a society where quirks fundamentally shaped identity and opportunity, true understanding of others' quirk experiences could be as valuable as combat capability. This perspective would prove unexpectedly useful sooner than he anticipated, as UA prepared for an event designed to restore normalcy and positive public perception after recent crises. The School Festival. The UA School Festival preparations brought welcome lightness after months of intense crisis response. For Class 1A, it represented an opportunity to showcase their talents beyond heroics, to remind both themselves and the public that they were still teenagers despite their extraordinary experiences. As the class debated performance options, Izuku found himself drawn to supporting roles rather than spotlight positions. His evolved absorption had made him increasingly conscious of others' experiences, and he recognized classmates who genuinely needed the validation of performance more than he did. "I'm thinking about handling technical support," he explained when Uraraka expressed surprise at his background preference. "My absorption can help with sound engineering, lighting design, structural stability, all the elements that make everyone else shine." His decision wasn't entirely selfless. The festival preparations coincided with continued evolution in his quirk that warranted careful management. Since the Shai Hasaikai incident, his absorptions had shown increased duration and depth, sometimes persisting for days rather than hours. More concerning were the occasional involuntary activations, brief, unintended absorptions when his emotions ran high or his concentration lapsed. Recovery Girl had implemented weekly monitoring of his quirk factor, documenting changes with growing scientific interest. "Your neural pathways are rewiring to accommodate expanded absorption capabilities," she'd explained during their last session. "Your brain is essentially creating specialized processing centers for different absorption types." These developments made the relative calm of festival preparation ideal for controlled experimentation. Working with Yaoyorozu on stage construction allowed Izuku to practice precise, limited absorption of her creation quirk, not to replicate its full capabilities but to understand material properties for optimal structural design. Collaborating with Jiro on sound engineering gave him opportunities to absorb aspects of her earphone jack, fine-tuning his auditory perception to detect acoustic imperfections in the performance space. These focused, minimalist absorptions helped establish better control parameters while contributing meaningfully to the class project. It was during a sound check with Jiro that Izuku first demonstrated another evolution in his quirk: the ability to voluntarily return absorbed properties. "Your audio sensitivity is getting too accurate," Jiro commented, noticing his wincing response to feedback frequencies. "It's distracting you from the main frequency ranges we need to balance." Izuku nodded, concentrating on the absorbed auditory enhancement. Rather than waiting for it to naturally fade, he focused on the connection between his quirk factor and the absorbed properties, visualizing a deliberate release. To his surprise, the enhanced hearing receded immediately, returning to normal human parameters while leaving a lingering understanding of acoustic principles. "Did you just turn it off?" Jiro asked, noticing the immediate change in his response to sound stimuli. "Not exactly," Izuku replied, equally surprised. "I think I returned the absorbed properties to my baseline state. It's never happened that quickly before." This discovery represented a significant advancement in his control, the ability to not just absorb and maintain properties, but to release them at will, potentially allowing for more tactical flexibility and reduced physical strain from maintaining multiple absorptions. The festival preparations progressed smoothly until an unexpected security alert. A villain calling himself Gentle Criminal, accompanied by a young woman named La Brava, had announced plans to infiltrate UA during the festival. Their motives appeared more publicity-oriented than malicious, but after recent security breaches, any threat warranted serious response. Izuku encountered the pair by chance while returning from purchasing supplies in town. Gentle's elasticity quirk and La Brava's love boost created a surprisingly effective combination that initially gave them advantage in the ensuing confrontation. Rather than immediately absorbing Gentle's quirk, Izuku focused on environmental adaptation, using previously absorbed concrete properties to enhance his mobility while analyzing their attack patterns. "You're not fighting like most heroes," Gentle observed during a momentary pause in their exchange. "You're studying rather than overpowering." "Because this isn't just about stopping you," Izuku replied, maintaining defensive positioning. It's about understanding why you're doing this. This approach shifted the dynamic of their confrontation. As they continued their physical engagement, Izuku managed brief contact with both Gentle and La Brava, absorbing minimal aspects of their quirks, not for combat advantage but for the emotional and experiential context they provided. What he gained was revelation. Gentle's history of heroic failure, his descent into villainy born from desperate desire for recognition rather than malice. La Brava's profound loneliness and the genuine love that powered her support quirk. "You're not villains," Izuku stated with certainty, ceasing his offensive maneuvers. "You're people who couldn't find your place in a system that categorizes everyone by their quirk's utility." The insight visibly shook Gentle, whose theatrical persona briefly faltered. "What would you know of such things? A UA student with a powerful quirk." "More than you might think," Izuku replied quietly. "I was quirkless until middle school. I understand what it means to be defined by what you lack rather than what you offer." The revelation created an opening for resolution that didn't require traditional defeat. Izuku proposed an alternative to their planned infiltration, a legitimate interview opportunity with UA's Media Studies department after the festival, providing the recognition Gentle sought without the criminal consequences. Their eventual agreement, while technically a hero victory, represented something more significant to Izuku, proof that his evolved absorption could create understanding that transcended conventional hero-villain dynamics. By experiencing fragments of their perspectives, he'd found resolution through empathy rather than combat. The festival itself proved a tremendous success. Class 1A's performance, a combination of music, dance, and quirk demonstration, earned enthusiastic reception from students, faculty, and the carefully screened public attendees. Most meaningful for Izuku was Eri's presence. The young girl, still recovering from her traumatic experiences with Overhaul, attended under Mirio's supervision. Her smile during the performance, possibly her first genuine expression of joy in years, validated every effort invested in the event. During a quiet moment backstage after the performance, Izuku noticed Eri touching her horn with a troubled expression. "Is everything okay?" he asked gently, kneeling to her level. "It feels strong today," she whispered, anxiety evident in her voice. "Sometimes it activates when I don't want it to." Izuku understood her fear immediately. Having absorbed aspects of her rewind quirk during the Overhaul battle, he'd experienced the terrifying potential of its uncontrolled activation. "May I?" he asked, extending his hand toward her forehead. When she nodded hesitantly, he placed his fingers near her horn, absorbing the minimal amount needed to assess its current state. The connection provided immediate insight into her quirk's fluctuation. Emotional stimulation from the festival's excitement had increased her quirk factor activity, creating potential for accidental activation. More importantly, it allowed Izuku to share his understanding of control techniques. Rather than absorbing her quirk's power, he used the connection to transfer his knowledge of the regulation methods he developed during his own recent evolution. "Try visualizing your quirk as a river," he suggested, maintaining gentle contact. "You don't need to dam it completely, just guide its flow. Like this." Through their connection, he demonstrated the mental technique, showing how to channel quirk energy rather than suppressing it entirely. The approach was fundamentally different from how adults had taught her to fear and restrain her power. Eri's expression transformed from anxiety to wonder as she implemented the visualization. The horn's glow stabilized, neither intensifying nor fading but reaching equilibrium. "It feels calmer," she said with surprise. "Not scary." "That's because you're working with it, not against it," Izuku explained with a smile. "Your quirk is part of you, not something separate to fight." This quiet moment of quirk counseling, far from the spotlight of heroic battles or rescue operations, represented a fulfillment of the potential gang Orca had identified during the remedial course. Izuku's absorption had evolved beyond power acquisition to become a bridge of understanding, particularly for those with quirks that created isolation. As the festival concluded and normal academic activities resumed, Izuku found himself contemplating this evolution's implications for his hero identity. While combat capability remained essential in a post-All Might era of rising villainy, perhaps his unique contribution lay in this deeper understanding, the ability to experience others' quirk perspectives and create connections where fear or misunderstanding created divisions. His reflection was interrupted by breaking news that would reshape hero society yet again. The #1 hero Endeavor was engaged in a life-or-death battle with a creature identified as a high-end Nomu. the most advanced artificial human weapon yet deployed by the League of Villains. The nation watched in collective tension as Endeavor faced the high-end Nomu in a battle that tested the new number one's limits. Hawk's assistance proved crucial, but it was Endeavor's eventual victory, achieved at great personal cost, that captured public attention. For Izuku, watching the confrontation remotely provided critical insights into the evolving threat landscape. The high-end Nomu demonstrated unprecedented intelligence and quirk coordination, suggesting significant advancement in artificial human development since the Hosu City incident. More immediately relevant was Endeavor himself, the complex, controversial figure who had inherited All Might's position without his predecessor's universal popularity. The Flame Hero's public image remained complicated by his harsh reputation and rumors about his family life, yet his undeniable effectiveness against powerful threats demanded respect. When Aizawa announced that select students would participate in a special work study with the Endeavor Agency during winter break, Izuku immediately volunteered. Understanding the new symbol of peace's approach seemed essential to navigating the changing hero landscape. "Are you sure about this?" Todoroki asked privately after the announcement, his complicated relationship with his father evident in his expression. "Endeavor can be difficult. That's precisely why I want to go," Izuku explained. "His methods and perspective are different from All Might's, but effective in their own way. Understanding that difference seems important." Todoroki nodded slowly, appreciation in his mismatched eyes. "Just maintain your boundaries. My father tends to push limits." The Endeavor Agency proved to be exactly as expected, brutally efficient, meticulously organized, and entirely focused on results rather than public relations. Endeavor himself, still recovering from injuries sustained during the high-end battle, maintained a punishing schedule that he expected his students to match. During their first patrol, Izuku carefully observed the Flame Hero's methodology. Unlike All Might's approachable, reassuring presence, Endeavor projected intensity and unwavering focus. Civilians respected rather than adored him, but that respect ensured compliance with safety directives during crisis response. When they encountered a minor villain incident, a quirk-enhanced robbery at a financial institution, Izuku witnessed Endeavor's tactical precision firsthand. The Flame Hero contained the situation with minimal property damage and zero civilian casualties, his years of experience evident in every calculated decision. "You're analyzing rather than acting, Midoriya," Endeavor commented afterward, his tone not accusatory but assessing. "Explain your approach." "I was studying your quirk application," Izuku replied honestly. "You maintain precise temperature control even during high-stress engagement, minimizing collateral effects while maximizing target impact." Endeavor's scarred face revealed momentary surprise before returning to its typical stern expression. "Most students focus on mimicking techniques rather than understanding principles. Your absorption quirk would benefit from the latter approach." The observation was unexpectedly insightful, revealing more about Endeavor's analytical capacity than his public persona suggested. Throughout the following days, Izuku noticed similar moments, brief glimpses of profound professional understanding beneath the Flame Hero's harsh exterior. During a quirk assessment session, Endeavor directly addressed Izuku's evolving absorption. "Recovery Girl forwarded your quirk development data. The empathic component warrants structured development alongside combat applications. You think emotional understanding is valuable for heroism?" Izuku asked, somewhat surprised given Endeavor's reputation. "I think understanding your opponent's perspective provides tactical advantage," Endeavor replied pragmatically. "And understanding civilians' fear during crisis situations improves evacuation efficiency." It was a characteristically Endeavor response, framing empathy in terms of practical outcomes rather than emotional connection. Yet the underlying recognition of its value revealed complexity in his heroic philosophy that public perception often missed. The internship's most significant moment came unexpectedly during a family dinner to which Endeavor had surprisingly invited his students. The awkward tension between the Flame Hero and his children, particularly Todoroki, created an atmosphere that even Bakugo recognized as requiring careful navigation. As the uncomfortable meal progressed, Izuku found himself involuntarily absorbing ambient emotional signatures, not quirks themselves but the psychological residue of long-established family dynamics. Fuyumi's hopeful peacemaking, Natsuo's simmering resentment, Todoroki's complex mix of respect and unresolved pain, and beneath Endeavor's stern exterior, genuine regret without clear path to redemption. When Natsuo eventually stormed out after a tense exchange, Izuku made a decision that surprised even himself. He followed the older Todoroki brother, finding him in the garden attempting to regulate his emotions. "I know it's not my place," Izuku began carefully, "but I think I understand something about your family that might help." Natsuo looked up with initial irritation that faded to curiosity. "How could you possibly understand?" "My quirk has evolved," Izuku explained. "I don't just absorb physical properties anymore, but experiences and emotional contexts. Being in your family home, I've absorbed fragments of the dynamic between all of you." The explanation sounded invasive spoken aloud, but Izuku continued with careful precision. "Your father is attempting reconciliation without vocabulary for it. He's approaching family healing like a hero operation, identifying objectives and applying resources, because that's the only framework he truly understands." Natsuo's expression shifted from skepticism to reluctant consideration. "That doesn't excuse what he did to our mother, to Shoto, to our family." "No," Izuku agreed immediately. "It doesn't excuse anything, but understanding his limitations might help you navigate your own healing, regardless of whether he earns forgiveness." Their conversation continued with surprising depth, Izuku sharing insights from his absorbed understanding while respecting Natsuo's valid anger. It wasn't resolution. Such deep wounds couldn't heal through single conversations. But it was genuine communication where emotional barriers had previously prevailed. When they returned to the house, they found Endeavor and Todoroki engaged in their own stilted but meaningful exchange. The flame hero looked up as they entered, his perceptive gaze lingering on Izuku with what might have been grudging appreciation. The remainder of the internship focused on intensive combat training, with Endeavor pushing their quirks to new limits through carefully designed scenarios. For Izuku, this included absorption combinations he hadn't previously attempted, simultaneous integration of multiple material properties with complementary quirk aspects. On their final patrol, they encountered another villain incident that demonstrated how much Izuku had developed under Endeavor's guidance. A criminal with a powerful acid generation quirk had taken hostages in a confined space, creating a situation where conventional flame attacks would endanger civilians. "Midoriya," Endeavor stated, assessing the situation with professional calculation. "Your absorption provides tactical options unavailable to conventional quirks. Recommendations?" The question wasn't casual delegation but a genuine test of strategic thinking. Izuku surveyed the scene, his analytical mind combining environmental assessment with quirk application possibilities. "Sequential absorption approach," he replied confidently. "First building material from support columns to understand structural weaknesses, then limited flame absorption from you to create precisely directed heat that neutralizes acid vapor without igniting it, followed by controlled extraction through identified structural access points." Endeavor nodded once, approval evident despite his stoic expression. "Execute your plan. Bakugo and Todoroki will provide perimeter security, while I maintain overwatch position." The operation proceeded with precision that impressed even the veteran flame hero. Izuku's absorption sequence created a solution pathway that minimized both property damage and civilian risk, while neutralizing the villain's quirk advantage through environmental manipulation rather than direct confrontation. As they concluded the internship, Endeavor provided characteristically blunt final assessments. When Izuku's turn came, the flame hero's evaluation was unexpectedly comprehensive. "Your absorption quirk's combat applications have received appropriate development attention," Endeavor stated, reviewing Izuku's performance data. "However, your empathic absorption capabilities may ultimately prove more consequential for hero society. In an era of increasing quirk diversity and complexity, understanding others' quirk experiences could prevent villainy more effectively than combat response." The assessment reflected surprising insight from the typically battle-focused hero. More remarkable was what followed, a moment of personal acknowledgement rare for the flame hero. "Your intervention with my family, while technically outside professional boundaries, demonstrated practical application of empathic absorption. The approach warrants further development alongside combat techniques." It was coming from Endeavor, essentially the highest praise he could offer, recognition of value beyond conventional heroic parameters. As they departed the agency, Todoroki walked alongside Izuku, his expression thoughtful. "Whatever you said to Natsuo, it helped. He actually took my father's call yesterday. I just shared perspective, Izuku replied modestly. "The healing has to come from all of you." "Still," Todoroki continued, "your quirk is becoming something unique, not just power but understanding. That might be what hero society needs most after All Might." The observation resonated with Izuku's own evolving sense of purpose. His absorption had begun as simple property mimicry but was developing into something more profound, a bridge between different experiences in a society where quirk diversity often created isolation rather than connection. This perspective would prove vital during the challenges ahead, as social tensions continued to rise in the power vacuum left by All Might's retirement. The joint training exercise between classes 1A and 1B was designed to showcase their respective development after months of specialized training. For Izuku, it represented an opportunity to test his evolving absorption in controlled conditions against peers who had also experienced significant growth. Aizawa and Vlad King established parameters that emphasized tactical coordination rather than individual power display. Teams of 4 from each class would engage in capture-the-flag scenarios requiring both offensive creativity and defensive planning. Midoriya, Aizawa addressed him specifically before the exercise. "Your absorption's recent evolution requires practical testing. This controlled environment provides optimal conditions for documenting its current parameters and limitations." The assessment wasn't just academic curiosity. UA's faculty had maintained careful monitoring of Izuku's development since the Shai Hasaikai incident, aware that rapidly evolving quirks sometimes developed instabilities that could endanger both user and bystanders. Izuku's team included Uraraka, Azui, and Shoji, a combination that emphasized reconnaissance and mobility rather than raw offensive power. Their Class 1B opponents featured Monoma, whose copy quirk created an interesting parallel to Izuku's own ability, along with Kendo, Tsunotori, and Shishida, a diverse quirk array that would test his absorption's versatility. During their strategic planning session, Izuku proposed an approach that surprised his teammates. "I'm thinking minimal absorption this time, focused more on coordination enhancement than power acquisition." "Are you sure?" Uraraka asked, her expression reflecting the team's confusion. "Your absorption is our biggest advantage. That's precisely why I want to approach differently," Izuku explained. "We're becoming too dependent on my quirk as a solution rather than developing complementary techniques. Besides, Monoma will be expecting me to absorb powerful quirks he can then copy." His strategic redirection proved insightful. When the exercise began, Class 1B had indeed prepared countermeasures specifically for high-level absorption scenarios, Monoma positioned to copy whatever powerful quirks Izuku acquired, while Kendo's tactical planning had established containment protocols for various absorption combinations. Instead, Izuku implemented a fundamentally different approach. Rather than absorbing offensive capabilities, he focused exclusively on enhancement of communication and coordination. A brief contact with Shoji granted enhanced sensory processing, while touching Azui provided the precise balance and spatial awareness that made her frog quirk so effective for reconnaissance. These subtle, support-oriented absorptions were less flashy than combat applications but created unprecedented team synergy. Izuku effectively became a coordination hub, processing Shoji's multisensory reconnaissance data through Azui's integrated spatial awareness to create tactical direction that maximized each team member's natural capabilities. Monoma, prepared for direct quirk confrontation, found himself copying abilities that provided minimal advantage in isolation from the coordinated system Izuku had established. His frustration became evident as their carefully planned countermeasures proved irrelevant against an approach that emphasized enhancement rather than power. "Your quirk keeps evolving in unexpected directions," Monoma commented during a brief confrontation. "It's not just mimicry anymore, is it? It's understanding," Izuku replied, utilizing Azui's reflexes to avoid Monoma's attempt to establish physical contact. "Absorption is becoming less about what I can take and more about what I can learn." The exercise concluded with a narrow victory for Izuku's team, achieved not through overwhelming power but superior coordination and tactical flexibility. The faculty observation notes highlighted this evolution in approach. Izuku had essentially functioned as a tactical enhancement system rather than a power battery, representing significant maturation in his quirk application philosophy. During the post-exercise analysis, however, an unexpected development occurred. As Izuku discussed performance details with Uraraka, he experienced a sudden quirk activation without conscious initiation, a momentary surge of absorption that briefly manifested black energy tendrils similar to those produced by a capture weapon. The manifestation lasted only seconds before Izuku regained control, but it was witnessed by both students and faculty. Aizawa immediately implemented containment protocols, using his erasure quirk to temporarily neutralize Izuku's absorption while medical staff conducted emergency assessment. "What was that?" Uraraka asked, concern evident in her expression as Recovery Girl performed rapid quirk factor analysis. "I don't know," Izuku admitted, equally confused by the unexpected manifestation. It felt like absorption activated independently, without conscious direction. Recovery Girl's preliminary findings provided partial explanation. Your quirk factor shows unusual activity patterns consistent with spontaneous activation. The energy signature resembles what we've observed during complex absorptions, but without clear external stimulus. Further analysis revealed more concerning details. The black energy tendrils weren't consistent with any quirk Izuku had previously absorbed, suggesting either subconscious creation of new properties or activation of dormant absorption from an unidentified source. Principal Nizu personally reviewed the incident data, his hyperintelligence quirk allowing him to recognize patterns that even specialized medical equipment missed. "Fascinating," the principal commented, reviewing neural activity charts. "Your quirk appears to be developing autonomous functions, similar to how immune systems retain recognition capabilities for previously encountered pathogens. Is it dangerous?" Izuku asked directly, concerned less for himself than potential risk to classmates. "Undetermined," Nizu replied honestly, "but controllable with proper training. I'm assigning specialized sessions with Aizawa to develop disruption and containment techniques for spontaneous activations." These sessions became part of Izuku's daily routine. Intense training focused not on enhancing absorption but establishing conscious override protocols for autonomous activation. Aizawa's experience with quirk suppression proved invaluable, providing frameworks for recognition and intervention when absorption initiated independently. "Your quirk is developing a form of procedural memory," Aizawa explained during one particularly challenging session. "Similar to how bodies develop muscle memory for physical techniques, your quirk factor is establishing independent activation pathways for previously absorbed properties. This evolution created both opportunity and risk. Autonomous activation could provide critical advantage in emergency situations where conscious absorption wasn't possible, but also risked unpredictable manifestations during routine interactions. The solution emerged through integration rather than suppression. Rather than attempting to prevent autonomous activation entirely, Izuku developed recognition techniques that allowed him to quickly identify and either enhance or redirect spontaneous absorptions. "Think of it as partnering with your quirk rather than simply wielding it," Aizawa suggested, his typically gruff demeanor softened by professional respect for Izuku's diligent approach. "The most effective quirk users develop symbiotic relationships with their abilities rather than master-tool dynamics." This perspective shift proved transformative. As Izuku began conceptualizing absorption as a semi-autonomous system requiring collaboration rather than mere direction, his control parameters expanded significantly. Spontaneous activations decreased in frequency while becoming more predictable and manageable when they did occur. The training's effectiveness was demonstrated during a rescue training exercise when a support structure collapsed unexpectedly. Before Izuku could consciously initiate absorption, his quirk autonomously activated previously absorbed concrete properties, hardening his body to support the failing structure while classmates evacuated. "Your quirk protected you instinctively," Recovery Girl noted during subsequent examination, "like a reflexive response rather than conscious decision." This development represented another evolutionary step, absorption transforming from simple mimicry to an adaptive system that anticipated needs based on previously established patterns. The implications for hero work were significant, potentially allowing for instantaneous response in crisis situations where reaction time meant difference between life and death. As Izuku documented these changes in his increasingly complex quirk journal, he received another message from the mysterious observer who had contacted him periodically since Kamino. "Autonomous activation confirms progression pathway. The third evolution approaches. When understanding meets instinct, absorption becomes true synthesis. One who walks a similar path." The cryptic message would have been dismissible as typical villain dramatics if not for its troubling accuracy about his quirk's development trajectory. Whoever was monitoring his evolution possessed insights into absorption's potential that matched or exceeded his own understanding, a concerning reality that Izuku shared with both faculty and select classmates to ensure appropriate security awareness. This evolving quirk situation coincided with broader societal developments equally demanding of attention. public confidence in professional heroes continued declining as villains exploited the vacuum left by All Might's retirement. Endeavor's effectiveness against high-level threats earned respect, but not the universal trust his predecessor had maintained. Into this increasingly complex landscape came opportunity for further professional development. Izuku, along with several classmates, received invitations to participate in an extended work study with the reforming Endeavor Agency. The program would involve actual villain engagement rather than merely observational experience, reflecting the escalating need for hero resources even among students. As they prepared for this intensified field experience, Izuku felt the weight of accelerating expectations. His absorption continued evolving in ways that created both remarkable capability and considerable responsibility power that required not just control but wisdom in application. The support of his classmates remained his essential foundation during this transition. Their collective growth had created a remarkable peer group where diverse quirks and perspectives combined to address challenges no individual hero, however powerful, could face alone. This collaborative strength would prove crucial in the months ahead, as hero society faced challenges that would test not just their quirks, but their fundamental understanding of heroism itself. The escalating villain activity throughout Japan created a societal tension not experienced since All Might's early career. Professional heroes worked increasingly demanding schedules, while public anxiety manifested in both increased security measures and growing criticism of perceived hero inadequacies. For Izuku and his classmates, the extended work study with the Endeavor Agency provided frontline experience of this changing landscape. Their responsibilities had expanded beyond observation to include direct support during incident response, testament to both their development and the thinning resources of professional agencies. It was during what should have been routine patrol that Izuku encountered the first indication of another evolution in his absorption quirk. Responding to a minor villain incident, an individual using a strength enhancement quirk to commit property crimes, Izuku implemented standard containment protocols alongside Todoroki and Bakugo. When he established brief contact with the villain to absorb and neutralize the enhancement quirk, something unprecedented occurred. Beyond the expected acquisition of strength properties, Izuku experienced vivid emotional context, the desperation driving the criminal behavior, specific incidents of rejection based on the quirk's uncontrolled manifestations, even childhood memories of quirk-based bullying that had shaped the villain's worldview. The absorption was so intense that Izuku momentarily lost focus on the tactical situation, overwhelmed by the flood of experiential data. Only Bakugo's quick intervention prevented potential injury during this vulnerable moment. "What the hell, Deku?" Bakugo demanded after they'd successfully contained the situation. "You froze up completely." "Something's changed," Izuku explained, still processing the unexpected empathic depth. The absorption wasn't just the quirk, but everything connected to it. His entire emotional relationship with his ability. Endeavor, reviewing their incident report, recognized the significance immediately. Report to Recovery Girl for full assessment. Quirk evolution of this magnitude requires proper documentation and control development. The examination confirmed what Izuku had experienced. His absorption had evolved beyond quirk properties and physical characteristics to include what Recovery Girl termed experiential context, the emotional, psychological, and memory components connected to absorbed quirks. "Essentially, you're absorbing understanding itself," she explained, reviewing his neural activity patterns. Not just how a quirk functions mechanically, but how it has shaped its user's identity and experiences. This evolution created both remarkable opportunity and significant risk. The depth of understanding could provide unprecedented insight into villain psychology and civilian needs during crisis response. However, the potential psychological impact of absorbing traumatic experiences or disturbed mentalities posed serious concerns for Izuku's own mental health. "We need to establish protection protocols," Recovery Girl insisted, consulting with both Aizawa and Hound Dog regarding appropriate limitations, psychological barriers that allow filtered absorption of experiential context without complete immersion. The resulting training regimen was unlike anything in UA's conventional curriculum. Working with Hound Dog's counseling expertise and Aizawa's quirk control experience, Izuku developed mental frameworks that allowed him to absorb understanding while maintaining psychological boundaries, selecting depth of empathic connection rather than experiencing it unfiltered. "Think of it as adjusting reception sensitivity," Hound Dog suggested during a particularly challenging session. "You're not closing yourself to others' experiences, just controlling the volume and clarity of what you receive. As Izuku mastered these techniques, his absorption's practical applications expanded significantly. During civilian rescue operations, brief contact with affected individuals provided immediate understanding of their specific needs and concerns, allowing for tailored reassurance that dramatically improved evacuation efficiency. In villain confrontations, targeted absorption revealed underlying motivations and potential de-escalation approaches that conventional hero tactics might miss. Several incidents that would typically have ended in forced quirk suppression were instead resolved through negotiation informed by Izuku's absorbed understanding. This evolution aligned with Izuku's developing hero philosophy intervention that addressed root causes rather than merely containing symptoms. His provisional license activity reports increasingly reflected this approach, documenting not just successful incident resolution but long-term outcome improvements through appropriate support service connections. Endeavor, initially skeptical of what he considered soft approach heroics, gradually recognized the practical efficiency of Izuku's methods. While the Flame Hero maintained his direct intervention style for high-level threats, he increasingly deployed Izuku in situations where empathic absorption might provide resolution pathways conventional tactics couldn't access. Your quirk creates tactical options unavailable to traditional combat heroes, Endeavor acknowledged during their work-study evaluation. The hero system requires diverse approaches to function optimally. Your evolution appears to be creating specialization in an underserved intervention category. This professional validation reinforced Izuku's developing identity as a hero whose strength derived not just from power acquisition but genuine understanding. His absorption was becoming less about mimicking others' abilities and more about building connections between different quirk experiences, a bridge across the isolation that quirk diversity often created. The work study concluded with formal recognition of their contributions, particularly during a coordinated response to a hostage situation where Izuku's empathic absorption had provided critical intelligence that enabled successful resolution without casualties. Upon returning to UA, however, Izuku faced unexpected internal conflict. The depth of understanding his evolved absorption provided had illuminated societal issues conventional hero work seemed inadequately equipped to address, systemic problems that incident response alone couldn't resolve. This perspective shift coincided with broader social developments that challenged traditional hero structures. Public discourse increasingly questioned whether the conventional hero system truly served society's needs or merely maintained a status quo that benefited established interests. Izuku's growing awareness of these complexities created tension between his lifelong admiration for traditional heroism and his evolving understanding of its limitations. The emotional residue of multiple villain absorptions, experiencing firsthand the failures and rejections that had shaped their paths, made simplistic hero-villain narratives increasingly difficult to maintain. This internal conflict manifested in behavioral changes that concerned his classmates. Izuku became more withdrawn during collective activities, spent increasing time analyzing societal patterns rather than quirk applications, and occasionally expressed perspectives that questioned fundamental hero structures they had previously accepted without examination. "I'm worried about Deku," Uraraka confided to Ida and Todoroki after Izuku declined another group training session. "His quirk is giving him perspectives we don't have access to, and I think it's isolating him." Their concern was valid. Izuku's absorption had created a form of understanding that was difficult to communicate to those without similar experience, a comprehensive awareness of different lived realities that made conventional hero discourse seem increasingly inadequate. The trajectory reached critical decision point when a new villain group emerged specifically targeting the systems and structures supporting professional heroism. Calling themselves Restoration, they implemented carefully planned operations that exposed corruption, privilege, and inequality within hero institutions without directly harming civilians. When UA students were assembled for briefing on this emerging threat, Izuku found himself unable to fully embrace the institutional response that categorized Restoration as straightforward villains. Having absorbed experiences from across the social spectrum, he recognized legitimacy in some of their critiques even while rejecting their methodologies. "You seem troubled by this assessment, Midoriya," Aizawa noted after the briefing, his perceptive gaze identifying Izuku's uncharacteristic hesitation during discussion. "Their methods are wrong," Izuku acknowledged immediately, "but some of their underlying concerns about systemic issues reflect realities I've experienced through absorption. The hero system does fail certain populations consistently." Aizawa's expression remained neutral, though his response reflected unexpected depth. "The question isn't whether you recognize validity in their concerns, but what constructive response you develop to address them. Legitimate grievances don't justify destructive methods, but neither does their illegitimate approach negate the underlying issues. The conversation proved pivotal in Izuku's development. Rather than dismissing his evolving perspective as dangerous radicalization, Aizawa had validated the complexity while redirecting toward constructive engagement, acknowledging limitations in existing systems while working to improve rather than destroy them. This guidance helped crystallize Izuku's evolving hero philosophy. His absorption provided unique understanding of diverse experiences, creating responsibility to represent perspectives that conventional hero discourse often overlooked. This didn't mean abandoning heroic ideals, but expanding their application to address systemic issues alongside acute threats. The resolution of this internal conflict coincided with another significant quirk development. During a training exercise focused on multiple simultaneous absorptions, Izuku discovered ability to selectively combine properties from different sources into synthetic applications rather than merely maintaining them separately. When he absorbed aspects of both Todoroki's ice and Kaminari's electricity simultaneously, instead of maintaining them as distinct abilities, he created a novel application, cryoelectric conductors that could redirect and ground electrical discharges through precisely formed ice pathways. Absorption synthesis, he documented in his quirk journal afterward. Not just holding multiple properties concurrently, but integrating them into applications neither original quirk could achieve independently. This development represented another evolutionary step, from mimicry to understanding to creation. His absorption was becoming genuinely transformative, not just replicating existing abilities but generating new applications through innovative combination. As Izuku embraced both his evolving quirk and expanded heroic perspective, Japan faced a new international crisis that would test both conventional hero structures and his developing absorption synthesis: the arrival of America's top hero, Star and Stripe, in response to escalating threats from Shigaraki and the evolved League of Villains. Star and Stripe's arrival in Japanese airspace was intended as both practical reinforcement and symbolic statement, America's top hero extending support during Japan's hero society crisis. Her new order quirk, capable of imposing rule-based reality modifications on targets she named while touching, represented one of the most powerful abilities in global hero rankings. For Izuku, who had studied international hero operations extensively, her intervention carried complex implications. While her power and support were unquestionably valuable against the escalating threat Shigaraki represented, international hero operations risked political complications that could undermine long-term stability. These considerations became immediately relevant when intelligence indicated Shigaraki planned direct interception of Star and Stripe before she could coordinate with Japanese heroes. The timing suggested inside information about her arrival parameters, concerning evidence of information leaks within official channels. UA's third-year students, including Izuku's class who had accumulated exceptional field experience, were placed on standby alert as potential backup for professional heroes responding to the developing situation. This unprecedented deployment of students reflected the severity of Shigaraki's evolved threat level following his acquisition of All for One's power. Monitoring communications from the UA Command Center, Izuku analyzed the unfolding confrontation with growing concern. Star and Stripe's new order demonstrated reality warping power that initially seemed to contain Shigaraki effectively, imposing rules that limited his physical capabilities and quirk expression. However, Shigaraki's evolution had created adaptability that conventional tactical planning hadn't anticipated. His body, now hosting multiple quirk factors including All for One's original power, began developing countermeasures to new orders imposed limitations through accelerated evolution. His adaptation rate exceeds projection models, Izuku noted, identifying pattern shifts in Shigaraki's response times. He's not just resisting her quirk, but learning its parameters through each interaction. This assessment proved grimly accurate when Shigaraki implemented a devastating counter-strategy, deliberately allowing limited possession of his body by the vestigial consciousness of All for One to create confusion about his true name, undermining New Order's identification-based activation requirements. The tactical shift created immediate crisis. Star and Stripe's primary defense relied on rules she had imposed on herself, enhancing physical capabilities beyond normal human limitations. As Shigaraki exploited the naming vulnerability, her imposed rules began failing against his accelerated attacks. "She's losing," Izuku stated flatly, watching tactical displays with growing alarm. Conventional reinforcement won't arrive in time. The decision crystallized with clarity born from months of evolution, both in his quirk and his understanding of heroic responsibility. Sometimes systems required working outside established protocols to prevent catastrophic failure. "I'm going," he announced, already moving toward the deployment area where emergency response equipment was maintained. Her quirk is too valuable to lose to Shigaraki. If he absorbs New Order, the balance shifts permanently. Aizawa, monitoring the situation alongside them, made no move to stop him, though his expression reflected complex calculation. "This exceeds authorized student deployment parameters," he noted clinically. However, tactical assessment suggests conventional response timing will prove inadequate. Their eyes met in moment of silent communication, teacher and student acknowledging both the protocol violation and the necessity driving it. Then, with subtle nod, Aizawa activated his communicator. Requesting rapid deployment authorization for specialized quirk countermeasure, he stated to operational command. Midoriya's absorption capabilities provide tactical options unavailable through conventional response teams. The authorization came through with surprising speed, suggesting others in command structure had reached similar conclusions about response requirements. Within minutes, Izuku was airborne in a UA support craft, accompanied by Bakugo and Todoroki, whose quirks provided complementary tactical options. "This is beyond reckless," Bakugo commented as they approached the airborne confrontation, his tone lacking its usual antagonism, but probably necessary. "Star's quirk cannot fall to Shigaraki," Todoroki agreed, frost forming along his right side in preparation. "Whatever it takes." When they arrived at the confrontation zone, the situation had deteriorated further. Star and Stripe maintained defensive position but was clearly weakening, her new order struggling to impose rules quickly enough to counter Shigaraki's accelerating adaptation. The vestige of All for One had become more prominent in his expression and tactical approach, suggesting increasing possession as the battle progressed. Their arrival created momentary advantage through surprise. Todoroki's massive ice formation temporarily restricted Shigaraki's aerial mobility, while Bakugo's precision explosions disrupted his sensory processing with calculated concussive force. In this critical window, Izuku implemented his primary objective, reaching Star and Stripe to establish absorption contact before Shigaraki could complete his apparent goal of stealing New Order through forced quirk transfer. "Star and Stripe," he called as he maneuvered through the chaotic aerial battlefield. "I'm from UA. My absorption quirk might help stabilize your New Order application." The American hero assessed him with remarkable tactical efficiency despite her injuries. "Absorption? You can temporarily take on quirk properties. More than that," Izuku explained quickly, maintaining position alongside her while Bakugo and Todoroki continued their coordinated disruption of Shigaraki. "I absorb understanding and can create synthetic applications. If you allow contact, I might stabilize your quirk against his naming exploitation." What followed was a calculated risk that would later be analyzed in international quirk theory symposiums. Star and Stripe, recognizing both the danger and potential solution, allowed Izuku momentary contact to absorb aspects of New Order, perhaps the most complex and powerful quirk he had yet encountered. The absorption was overwhelming in its implications. New Order's reality modification extended beyond physical laws to metaphysical constructs, rules that rewrote possibility itself within defined parameters. More profound was the experiential context that accompanied it, Star's lifetime of careful application. The psychological discipline required to maintain reality awareness while imposing modifications, and the immense responsibility of wielding power that could fundamentally alter existence. This understanding transferred alongside the quirk properties, providing Izuku not just access to New Order's capabilities, but the wisdom of its lifetime application. The integration was not perfect, his absorption could only temporarily maintain such complex properties, but it created unprecedented synthetic potential when combined with his evolved absorption framework. What emerged was not direct replication of New Order, but a synthetic application Izuku intuitively named Absorption Order. The ability to impose rule-based modifications on properties he had previously absorbed rather than external targets. Its first application demonstrated both the power and precision of this synthesis. Focusing on the rewind properties he had maintained at low level since the overhaul incident, Izuku implemented a modified rule. The rewind energy within my system can temporarily suspend quirk transfer effects within a 10-meter radius. The rule's implementation created a localized field around them that interfered with Shigaraki's quirk transfer attempts, not preventing his other abilities but specifically disrupting the all-for-one quirk stealing mechanism he was preparing to deploy against Star and Stripe. How are you modifying my quirk parameters? Shigaraki demanded, his voice fluctuating between his own increasingly faint personality and all for one's deeper influence. That's not simple absorption. It's synthesis, Izuku replied, maintaining the modified field while Star and Stripe recovered position, understanding how quirks truly work instead of just mimicking their effects. This unexpected defense created critical opportunity. Star and Stripe, protected temporarily from quirk transfer attempts, implemented a new tactical approach. Rather than imposing rules directly on Shigaraki, whose identity confusion created vulnerability in her naming requirements, she applied new order to atmospheric conditions surrounding him, creating localized phenomena that restricted his movement and sensory input. The coordinated response forced Shigaraki into defensive retreat for the first time in the confrontation. The combined pressure of Todoroki's area denial techniques, Bakugo's precision concussive disruption, Izuku's quirk transfer interference, and Star's environmental manipulation created multivector challenges his adaptation couldn't address simultaneously. In this tactical window, Izuku implemented the second phase of his synthetic application. Combining absorbed understanding of new order with his evolved empathic absorption, he briefly established deeper connection with Star and Stripe's quirk consciousness, the metaphysical framework that governed her reality modification. Through this connection, he helped her implement a rule that would have profound implications for the ongoing conflict. Star and Stripe's new order cannot be stolen or transferred against her will. The rule's application created fundamental protection against Shigaraki's primary objective. While it didn't prevent physical harm or conventional defeat, it specifically secured her quirk against the transfer mechanism that had made her a priority target. With his primary goal now unattainable, Shigaraki made tactical withdrawal, his expression reflecting calculation rather than defeat. "This isn't victory," he called as he retreated from the coordinated pressure. "Merely postponement." The confrontation's resolution, while not decisive defeat of Shigaraki, represented critical strategic success. Star and Stripe's quirk remained secured against transfer, maintaining essential power balance in the escalating conflict. More immediately, the American hero had survived an assassination attempt specifically designed to acquire her reality modification abilities. As professional heroes arrived to secure the area and provide medical support, Star and Stripe addressed Izuku directly. "Your absorption synthesis is unlike anything in our quirk classification system," she noted, professional assessment evident despite her injuries. The ability to not just take on quirk properties but understand and modify their fundamental parameters represents strategic-level capability. "It's still evolving," Izuku acknowledged, the temporary new order properties already fading from his system, though the understanding remained. "Each new absorption teaches me more about how quirks fundamentally function." "Then continue learning," she replied with unexpected intensity. "Because Shigaraki is evolving too, and conventional quirk applications may prove insufficient against whatever he's becoming." The international incident created diplomatic complications that extended beyond immediate tactical concerns. American officials requested detailed debriefing on the confrontation, particularly regarding Izuku's quirk interaction with Star and Stripe's new order. Japanese hero administration similarly required comprehensive documentation of the unauthorized student deployment despite its successful outcome. Through these official proceedings, a more significant development occurred quietly in Izuku's quirk evolution. The absorbed understanding of new order, particularly its fundamental manipulation of reality parameters, had catalyzed new neural pathways in his quirk factor. Though he could no longer access the reality modification directly, the conceptual framework remained, creating foundation for the next evolutionary phase of his absorption. In his quirk journal, he documented this development with characteristic analytical precision. Absorption Evolution Phase 3, Synthetic absorption, no longer limited to maintaining multiple separate properties, can now create integrated applications that combine fundamental aspects of different quirks. Temporary access to Star's new order provided conceptual framework for rule-based modification of absorbed properties. Potential applications require further exploration but suggest unprecedented adaptability. As he completed this documentation, a familiar notification appeared, another message from his mysterious observer. The synthesis confirms final evolutionary pathway. When understanding becomes creation, absorption reaches its ultimate form. The coming conflict will require nothing less. One who awaits your completion. The message's timing following the Star and Stripe incident suggested concerning levels of information access, potentially indicating infiltration of secure systems or direct observation capabilities that bypassed conventional security measures. This security implication coincided with growing evidence of information leaks that had enabled Shigaraki's interception attempt. The pattern suggested a disturbing possibility that had been theorized but dismissed as overly paranoid until now: the potential existence of a traitor within UA or connected hero systems. As Izuku shared this concern with select faculty and trusted classmates, the final phase of his pre-hero education began taking shape, a complex investigation into internal security vulnerabilities while simultaneously preparing for inevitable escalation of the conflict with Shigaraki and his evolved capabilities. Whatever came next would test not just his evolved absorption but the hero society structure itself, a confrontation between fundamentally different visions for the quirk-centered world they inhabited. The revelation of Aoyama as UA's unwilling traitor created ripples of shock throughout the school. The cheerful, flamboyant student had been providing information to all for one under duress. His parents threatened to ensure compliance with the villain's demands. For most of Class 1A, the discovery produced complicated emotions: anger at the betrayal mixed with empathy for the impossible situation Aoyama had faced. For Izuku, however, it created opportunity for practical application of his evolved absorption. "I'd like to speak with him," Izuku requested during the faculty security meeting discussing Aoyama's situation. "My empathic absorption might provide insights about his mental state and the nature of all for one's coercion techniques." The request received cautious approval, with Aizawa establishing strict monitoring protocols for the interaction. Aoyama, currently held in a specialized containment area designed for quirk neutralization, had maintained near catatonic silence since his exposure, responding to basic needs but refusing substantive communication about his activities. Their meeting occurred under multiple security measures, including Aizawa's presence with his erasure quirk ready to neutralize any unexpected quirk activation. Aoyama's physical appearance reflected his psychological state, his typically immaculate presentation replaced by disheveled appearance and haunted expression. "Hello, Aoyama." Izuku began gently, maintaining respectful distance initially. "I'm not here to judge or interrogate. I just want to understand what happened." Aoyama's response was barely audible, his first substantial communication since being discovered. "You cannot possibly understand. None of you can. That's why I'm here," Izuku explained, gradually moving closer. "My absorption has evolved. I don't just take on quirk properties anymore. I can absorb and understand experiences. With your permission, I'd like to try." The explanation produced the first flicker of genuine emotion in Aoyama's expression, a mixture of hope and fear. "You would willingly take on that burden? Experience what I've felt?" "Yes," Izuku confirmed simply, "because understanding matters more than judgment." With Aizawa's cautious approval, Izuku established contact with Aoyama, not to absorb his naval laser quirk, but to access the emotional and experiential context surrounding his coerced betrayal. The absorption was immediately overwhelming in its intensity. Unlike voluntary absorptions where Izuku could regulate depth and integration, Aoyama's psychological state projected his experiences with desperate intensity: years of terror and shame, the constant threat hanging over his parents, the self-loathing that accompanied each forced information transfer, and most profoundly, the isolation of maintaining the secret while forming genuine friendships with classmates he was betraying. When Izuku finally broke contact, tears streamed down his face as he processed the absorbed emotional context. "I understand now," he whispered, his voice unsteady. "The impossible choice you faced every day." Aoyama looked up with the first indication of hope since his discovery. "Can you make them understand too, that I never wanted to hurt anyone? That he gave me no choice?" "I can do better than that," Izuku replied, determination replacing his initial emotional response. "I can help create a path forward. Not just understanding but actual resolution." The conversation that followed established foundation for a coordinated counterintelligence operation. Rather than simply removing Aoyama as an information source, Izuku proposed controlled continuation of his communication with All for One, providing carefully constructed intelligence designed to misdirect the villain's planning while gathering critical insights about his operations and objectives. "It's not about redemption through self-sacrifice," Izuku explained when presenting the proposal to UA's security committee. "It's about transforming a vulnerability into strategic advantage while providing Aoyama a path toward meaningful contribution rather than passive containment. The proposal's approval initiated one of the most sophisticated counterintelligence operations in Hero Society history. Aoyama, with constant support and protection, provided carefully crafted information to all for one technical truths embedded with strategic misdirection that would influence the villain's operational planning without endangering essential security. Izuku's role extended beyond the initial conception. His empathic absorption allowed regular assessment of Aoyama's psychological state during the operation, ensuring the continued communication didn't create further trauma or vulnerability. More significantly, the brief connections provided ongoing insight into All for One's coercion techniques and psychological manipulation strategies, valuable intelligence for developing countermeasures against similar operations. The counterintelligence initiative yielded critical information about All for One's evolving strategy. Through careful analysis of his information requests and response patterns, they identified his primary objective: a coordinated large-scale attack on multiple hero institutions simultaneously, designed to collapse the already strained hero system through resource overextension. He's planning final decapitation of Hero Society leadership, Izuku concluded after analyzing patterns in the intelligence exchanges. Simultaneous strikes against key infrastructure and leadership figures to prevent coordinated response. This assessment aligned with concerning developments in villain activity patterns nationwide. Small-scale incidents had increased in frequency while demonstrating unusual coordination, testing response protocols and resource allocation rather than pursuing conventional criminal objectives. As evidence accumulated supporting imminent large-scale attack, Hero Society implemented unprecedented mobilization. All hero agencies transitioned to wartime protocols. Student heroes with provisional licenses received expanded authorization parameters, and civilian defense initiatives activated emergency preparation measures. For Izuku and his classmates, this escalation created both opportunity and sobering responsibility. Their accumulated experience and exceptional development made them valuable assets in the coming confrontation, but the stakes extended beyond conventional villain incidents to existential threat against Hero Society itself. In this critical preparation period, Izuku experienced the final evolutionary phase of his absorption quirk. During specialized training focused on multiple simultaneous absorptions, he attempted unprecedented combination, integrating structural properties from reinforced materials, energy manipulation aspects from multiple quirks, and conceptual frameworks absorbed from New Order's reality modification. The integration created not just synthetic application but fundamental transformation, a momentary state of perfect absorption where properties weren't simply held simultaneously but existed in harmonic resonance, each enhancing and refining the others to create capabilities exceeding their individual parameters. The experience lasted only seconds before the intense quirk factor activity forced deactivation, but it provided a glimpse of his absorption's ultimate potential. Not just understanding or synthesis but perfect integration where absorbed properties achieved unified expression beyond their original limitations. Recovery Girl's subsequent examination confirmed physiological changes supporting this evolution. Your quirk factor has developed specialized integration nodes throughout your nervous system, she explained, reviewing scan results with mixture of scientific fascination and medical concern. They're creating harmonic resonance patterns between different absorbed properties, essentially teaching them to work together rather than merely coexist. This development, which Izuku termed perfect absorption in his quirk journal, represented the culmination of evolutionary pathway that had begun at Kamino Ward. From simple property mimicry, through understanding absorption and synthetic application, to integrated harmonic expression, his quirk had transformed from straightforward copying ability to something fundamentally transformative. The timing of this final evolution coincided with intelligence confirming All for One's attack timeline. Within days, Hero Society would face its greatest existential threat since All Might's prime, a coordinated assault designed to collapse institutional structures already weakened by his retirement. As final preparations completed, Izuku received one last message from his mysterious observer. The circle closes. Perfect absorption has awakened. When next we meet, absorption shall face its mirror. One who completes your journey. The cryptic communication contained troubling implication that All for One himself might have been the observer tracking Izuku's evolution, perhaps seeing in absorption's development path that mirrored his own quirk-stealing capabilities, but oriented toward understanding and integration rather than acquisition and domination. Whatever the truth, the coming confrontation would determine not just individual fates, but the fundamental nature of the society they would inhabit moving forward. a final resolution between profoundly different visions for their quirk-centered world. The coordinated villain assault began at dawn with simultaneous strikes against critical infrastructure and hero institutions nationwide. The strategy demonstrated sophistication beyond conventional villain operations, targeting communication networks, emergency response coordination centers, and transportation systems to maximize confusion and prevent effective countermeasures. UA itself faced direct attack from Shigaraki, whose evolved capabilities now incorporated aspects of All for One's original quirk alongside his own devastating decay. The school's defensive systems activated automatically, but analytical projections suggested they would provide only temporary containment against his accelerating adaptation rate. Within the protected command center, Izuku reviewed tactical displays with focused intensity, his evolved absorption having fundamentally transformed his strategic capabilities. Where once he analyzed quirk applications through observation, he now integrated absorbed understanding from multiple perspectives, creating comprehensive tactical awareness that identified patterns conventional analysis missed. He's not targeting the physical infrastructure, Izuku concluded, recognizing implications in Shigaraki's approach vectors. That's misdirection. His primary objective is psychological, destroying symbols rather than merely functional capabilities. This insight proved critical in resource allocation. Rather than dispersing defense assets uniformly across UA's expansive campus, they concentrated protection around symbolic locations, particularly the main plaza where All Might had defeated the first Nomu attack, demonstrating understanding of the psychological warfare underlying the physical assault. As Shigaraki breached the outer perimeter, Izuku implemented the strategic approach they had developed during intensive preparation. Rather than conventional hero response where the most powerful individuals engaged primary threats directly, they deployed coordinated teams with complementary quirk applications, transforming individual capabilities into systemic advantage through tactical synergy. Remember the integration protocols, Izuku reminded his classmates as they moved into defensive positions. No individual engagements regardless of circumstance. Maintain communication linkage and synchronized application patterns. The strategy demonstrated immediate effectiveness. When Shigaraki attempted to isolate and target specific defenders, he encountered not individual heroes but integrated response systems where multiple quirks functioned in coordinated patterns that adapted to his attacks faster than his evolution could counter. Bakugo's precision explosions created tactical openings that Todoroki's temperature control exploited to maximum effect. Uraraka's gravitational manipulation enhanced Ida's mobility options while reducing his energy expenditure. Across every engagement vector, UA students demonstrated the culmination of their development functioning not as collection of powerful individuals, but as integrated system where complementary capabilities created exponential rather than additive effectiveness. Izuku's role transcended conventional combat participation. His perfect absorption enabled unprecedented coordination function, briefly connecting with teammates to absorb tactical understanding of their current status and needs, then redistributing optimized response patterns that maximized collective effectiveness. He became essentially a living tactical network, processing battlefield information and distributing integrated solutions faster than conventional communication systems could achieve. This approach initially confused Shigaraki, whose tactical expectations relied on hero society's traditional individualistic response patterns. Fighting like a system instead of heroes? He commented during momentary confrontation with Izuku. Interesting adaptation, but fundamentally misguided. Systems can be corrupted from within. The observation contained concerning implication that was validated moments later when several Nomu demonstrated unexpected coordination, functioning not as separate entities but as integrated components of distributed systems similar to the defense strategy UA had implemented. The development suggested All for One had anticipated their tactical evolution and prepared countermeasures designed specifically to exploit systematic vulnerabilities. He's learning our integration patterns, Izuku realized, observing the coordinated Nomu response. We need to introduce controlled variability while maintaining core synchronization. This assessment led to tactical adjustment that demonstrated the true advantage of human intelligence over artificial optimization. Rather than maintaining fixed integration patterns, the defense teams implemented what Izuku termed harmonic variability, core coordination principles that maintained systemic advantage while introducing unpredictable variations that prevented pattern recognition and exploitation. The battle's critical turning point came when Shigaraki, frustrated by the defense's adaptive coordination, implemented his ultimate objective: direct confrontation with Izuku himself, whose absorption capabilities he had identified as the coordination linchpin enabling the effective response. "Your quirk is fascinating evolution," Shigaraki stated during their inevitable direct engagement, his body now hosting multiple quirk factors that created unnaturally fluid adaptation to environmental conditions. Absorption that seeks understanding rather than merely power, fundamentally opposed to all-for-one's acquisition model, yet potentially more powerful in proper application. Izuku maintained defensive positioning while analyzing his opponent's evolved capabilities. Shigaraki now functioned as complex hosting system for multiple quirk factors, including significant aspects of all-for-one's original power, not merely containing these abilities but integrating them into adaptive expression that transformed continuously based on tactical requirements. "You've lost yourself to his power," Izuku observed, recognizing the personality fragmentation evident in Shigaraki's fluctuating expression and vocal patterns. "Your identity is being overwritten by quirk factor integration without corresponding psychological framework. Evolution requires sacrifice," Shigaraki replied, though the voice modulation suggested increasing all-for-one influence in his consciousness. "Individual identity is ultimately irrelevant compared to quirk factor optimization." The philosophical divergence underlying their confrontation became increasingly apparent, fundamentally different visions for quirk integration and its relationship to human identity. Shigaraki/all-for-one represented acquisition without understanding, power without perspective, integration without consent. Izuku's evolved absorption embodied the opposite approach, understanding before acquisition, perspective informing power, integration through mutual resonance. Their physical confrontation manifested this philosophical divide in devastating practical application. Shigaraki deployed multiple acquired quirks simultaneously, creating destructive combinations that would have overwhelmed conventional defense. Izuku countered with perfect absorption in its most evolved expression, not merely acquiring and combining properties, but integrating them into harmonically enhanced applications that maintained fundamental respect for their original nature. When Shigaraki unleashed decay tendrils enhanced by quirk factors stolen from multiple victims, Izuku responded with integrated absorption combining concrete structural properties, rewind temporal aspects, and harmonic resonance principles absorbed from sound-based quirks. The combination created unique counter-technique he termed restoration wave, vibrational energy that reversed decay propagation through precisely calibrated temporal frequency. "How are you countering so effectively?" Shigaraki demanded, genuine confusion replacing tactical calculation. "Your absorption shouldn't provide this level of integrated response." "Because I don't just take quirks," Izuku replied, maintaining the harmonic restoration field protecting his teammates. "I understand them, experience them, respect their essential nature rather than merely exploiting their capabilities." This fundamental difference became increasingly apparent as their confrontation intensified. Shigaraki possessed more raw power through accumulated quirk factors, but his integration remained fundamentally discordant, powerful abilities functioning simultaneously but without true harmonic resonance. Izuku's perfect absorption, while accessing fewer quirk properties simultaneously, achieved superior integration through understanding that created exponential rather than additive effectiveness. The decisive moment came when Shigaraki attempted his ultimate objective quirk transfer absorption targeting Izuku directly, intending to acquire his evolved absorption capabilities to complement all-for-one's existing quirk-stealing power. In this critical moment, Izuku implemented the culmination of his quirk's evolution. Rather than resisting the transfer attempt directly, he activated perfect absorption at its maximum integration level, creating harmonic resonance state where his quirk factor achieved temporary unity with Shigaraki's transfer mechanism. "Perfect reflection," Izuku stated with calm certainty, naming the technique that manifested his quirk's ultimate expression. The integration created unprecedented outcome. Rather than Shigaraki absorbing Izuku's quirk, the harmonic resonance reversed the transfer process direction. Izuku's understanding-based absorption temporarily gained access to all-for-one's quirk-stealing framework, not to retain it permanently but to implement specific application he had prepared for this exact contingency. In the brief window of reverse transfer, Izuku activated the integrated understanding he had absorbed from countless quirks throughout his development. Rather than stealing Shigaraki's abilities, he implemented selective restoration, identifying quirk factors that had been forcibly transferred into Shigaraki's system and initiating harmonic sequences that began separating them from his integrated mass. The process created visible manifestation as energy signatures representing distinct quirk factors began separating from Shigaraki's body, restoration pathways forming toward their original owners where possible, or stabilizing as independent energy constructs where the original users were no longer viable recipients. "What are you doing?" Shigaraki/All-for-One demanded, his voice fluctuating between identities as the forced integration began destabilizing. "Those quirks belong to me. They belong to themselves," Izuku corrected, maintaining the restoration process despite its tremendous energy demands on his system. Each quirk represents unique expression of individual identity. Integration without consent isn't evolution, it's consumption. The restoration process accelerated as other heroes implemented coordinated support actions based on Izuku's tactical guidance. Specialized containment fields established by UA's support department captured separated quirk factors for eventual return to original users where possible, while medical teams prepared to stabilize individuals whose quirks were being restored after forced removal. As more quirk factors separated from his system, Shigaraki's unnaturally enhanced capabilities began failing sequentially. The process revealed uncomfortable truth beneath his evolution narrative. His apparent adaptation superiority had relied primarily on accumulated stolen abilities rather than genuine evolutionary development. When the restoration reached critical threshold, Shigaraki's body underwent dramatic transformation, shrinking from its enhanced state to more natural proportions as forcibly integrated quirk factors returned to their rightful expression patterns. The personality fragmentation similarly resolved, with Tamura's original consciousness reasserting prominence as All-for-One's vestigial influence diminished. The final moments of their confrontation shifted from physical combat to something more profound, Izuku maintaining gentle contact with the now-diminished Shigaraki, absorbing understanding of his original identity before villain indoctrination and quirk contamination had reshaped his consciousness. "You were Tenko before you were Tamura," Izuku said quietly, experiencing through absorption the childhood trauma and manipulation that had created the villain identity. "Your hatred of hero society wasn't inherent but cultivated through deliberate isolation and psychological conditioning. This understanding created pathway for resolution beyond mere defeat." Rather than conventional villain containment, Izuku advocated for specialized rehabilitation focusing on identity restoration and trauma processing, addressing root causes rather than merely suppressing symptoms. As professional heroes secured the weakened Shigaraki and medical teams began treating injured defenders, Izuku implemented the final phase of quirk restoration. Using the temporarily absorbed understanding of All-for-One's transfer mechanism, he established harmonic resonance with the most significant captured quirk factors, those with sufficient stability to maintain independent existence despite separation from their original users. "What will happen to the quirks with no users to return to?" Uraraka asked, watching the contained energy manifestations with mixture of wonder and concern. "They'll be preserved until compatible recipients can be identified," Izuku explained, maintaining stabilization field around the captured factors. Individuals born without quirks or those who lost quirks through injury or villain action. This approach represented unprecedented development in quirk science, the possibility of consensual quirk transfer to address both forced removal and quirkless conditions. Unlike All-for-One's exploitative acquisition or the dangerously unregulated black market for quirk-enhancing drugs, this process would establish ethical framework for addressing quirk distribution inequities through medical and psychological protocols centered on compatibility and consent. As containment operations concluded and recovery efforts began nationwide, hero society faced fundamental transformation. The coordinated villain assault had been defeated not through individual power displays but systematic response built on cooperation and tactical integration, demonstrating new model for heroic effectiveness in post-All Might era. For Izuku, the resolution brought both validation and new responsibility. His perfect absorption had proven decisive in confrontation with quirk-stealing power that represented its philosophical opposite, demonstrating that understanding ultimately provided stronger foundation than mere acquisition. The quirk restoration process he had initiated would require ongoing support and development, creating entirely new specialized field within hero operations. His unique perspective and evolved absorption capabilities positioned him as natural authority in this emerging discipline, building bridges between those with and without quirks through genuine understanding rather than power disparity. As recovery operations transitioned from emergency response to long-term rebuilding, Izuku received final message from the entity who had observed his evolution. "The circle completes. Acquisition yields to understanding. In your reflection, I recognize what might have been had different choices been made. The future belongs to integration through consent rather than consumption through power." one who acknowledges defeat. The message, transmitted through secured channels from All for One's specialized containment facility, represented final confirmation of the observer's identity and acknowledgement of philosophical defeat, even beyond physical containment. The quirk-stealing villain had recognized in Izuku's evolution the fundamental error in his own approach power without understanding, ultimately creating weakness rather than strength. This conclusion marked not just victory in immediate conflict but potential transformation in Quirk society's fundamental orientation, shifting from power acquisition focus that had dominated since Quirks first appeared toward integration model built on understanding and consent. For Izuku and his generation, this created foundation for building hero society fundamentally different from what had come before, one where quirks served human development rather than humans serving quirk optimization. The path forward would require continued evolution, but its direction had been established through perfect absorption's ultimate expression. 5 years after the defeat of Shigaraki and All for One, Yuei's graduation ceremony represented more than academic milestone for Izuku and his classmates. They had entered as hero students during All Might's final days as symbol of peace and emerged as the first generation of professional heroes shaped entirely in the post-symbol era, their development representing not continuation of established traditions but creation of new heroic paradigm. The ceremony itself reflected this transformation. Rather than conventional presentation focused on individual achievement, it emphasized collaborative accomplishments and system contributions, recognizing their effectiveness had emerged from integration rather than isolation. Principal Nizu's address captured this philosophical evolution. You entered UA during society's transition from symbolic heroism to systematic protection. Your response wasn't merely adaptation but fundamental innovation, creating new models for hero effectiveness that will shape generations to come. For Izuku, the graduation marked formal recognition of the specialized role he had developed through his quirk's evolution. While officially receiving hero license with highest certification level, his professional classification reflected unique capacity that transcended conventional categories. Integration specialist with emphases in quirk understanding, harmonic application, and restoration science. This classification acknowledged reality that had emerged during his final years at UA. While maintaining combat capability that ranked among the most formidable in his generation, Izuku's most significant contributions came through understanding rather than confrontation, building connections between different quirk experiences while developing ethical frameworks for addressing quirk-related social challenges. The quirk restoration program he had initiated following Shigaraki's defeat had evolved into internationally recognized discipline combining medical science, psychological support, and ethical philosophy. Through careful application of his perfect absorption, Izuku had established protocols for consensual quirk transfer to individuals who had lost abilities through villain action or medical conditions. More significantly, the program had begun addressing one of quirk society's fundamental inequities, providing pathways for quirkless individuals to receive compatible quirk factors through consensual donation processes. Unlike the exploitative black market alternatives or forced transfers conducted by villains, this system centered psychological compatibility and informed consent, ensuring quirks found expression through individuals who understood and respected their nature. Your approach fundamentally changed how we conceptualize quirks themselves. Recovery Girl noted during the graduation reception, her retirement from active service having transitioned to research leadership in quirk medical science. From viewing them as inherent biological properties to understanding them as semi-autonomous expression patterns that benefit from harmonic resonance with compatible hosts. This perspective shift had influenced every aspect of hero operations in the years following the final confrontation. Conventional training programs now incorporated integration protocols alongside individual quirk development, while hero team formations emphasized harmonic compatibility rather than merely complementary tactical applications. The social implications extended beyond professional heroism. Education systems had implemented understanding-based quirk counseling modeled on Izuku's empathic absorption approach, helping young people develop healthy relationships with their abilities rather than defining identity purely through quirk utility. Medical sciences had incorporated harmonic resonance principles into quirk-related treatments, developing therapies that worked with rather than against quirk expression patterns. For Izuku personally, perfect absorption had continued evolving in unexpected directions. While maintaining its remarkable integration capabilities, its most significant development came through increasingly precise control parameters, allowing him to absorb specific aspects of quirks and experiences rather than their entirety, and to modulate integration depth based on contextual requirements. This evolution had transformed his hero operations from conventional villain response to specialized intervention in complex quirk-related situations. When individuals experienced quirk awakening difficulties or integration challenges that conventional support couldn't address, Izuku's empathic absorption provided understanding that created resolution pathways beyond traditional approaches. His hero agency, established immediately following graduation, reflected this specialized orientation. Rather than conventional response team, he assembled diverse specialists combining psychological support, quirk science, and integration expertise, creating a comprehensive approach to quirk-related challenges that addressed causes rather than merely containing symptoms. The agency's name captured this philosophical orientation: harmonic integration, understanding beyond power. Its operational focus emphasized prevention and resolution over conventional confrontation, though Izuku maintained combat capabilities for situations where direct intervention proved necessary. His hero identity similarly reflected this evolved perspective. Rather than adopting typical power-focused nomenclature, he had chosen name with deliberate philosophical implications. Resonance, the harmonic hero. The identity emphasized connection rather than dominance, understanding rather than acquisition, fundamental reorientation of heroic archetype from power symbol to integration specialist. The graduation ceremony concluded with an announcement that surprised no one yet carried profound significance. Izuku had been appointed to UA's faculty as specialized instructor developing new curriculum integration harmonics, teaching future heroes to understand quirks beyond mechanical application to achieve resonance between ability and identity. "You've created entirely new heroic discipline," All Might commented during private conversation following the ceremony, his retirement having transitioned to advisory role focusing on heroic philosophy rather than direct instruction. "When I named you my successor, I couldn't have imagined you would transform the very definition of heroism itself." Izuku smiled at his mentor's characterization. "Not transform, expand. Your symbolic heroism created stability society needed during its development phase. Our integration approach builds on that foundation to address challenges that emerge from greater quirk complexity and diversity." All Might nodded with evident pride. Different solutions for different eras. The mark of true heroic evolution. As the ceremony concluded and graduates dispersed toward their professional futures, Izuku paused at UA's main entrance, the same location where he had first entered as quirkless student dreaming of heroic possibility. His journey from that uncertainty to his current integration mastery represented not just personal growth but evolution in heroic understanding itself. Perfect absorption had begun as simple property mimicry but evolved into something profoundly different: capacity to experience others' reality directly, creating bridges between perspectives that isolation had previously separated. This understanding-based approach had proven ultimately more powerful than mere acquisition, demonstrating that true strength emerged from connection rather than domination. As he stepped forward into professional heroism, Izuku carried this fundamental insight as his guiding principle. Quirks weren't merely tools for achieving power but expressions of human diversity, requiring harmonic integration rather than hierarchical organization. The society they were building wouldn't be defined by who possessed the strongest abilities, but by how effectively those abilities contributed to collective flourishing through understanding and consent. The perfect absorption had transformed from quirk capability to philosophical orientation, approach to reality that sought understanding before judgment, connection before competition, integration before isolation. Whatever challenges emerged in this new era, this perspective would provide foundation for addressing them through resonance rather than dominance, creating heroism defined by harmony rather than merely power.
And that was What If Deku Had Absorption Powers. If you made it this far, you're a real one, ChronoCrew Legend. Hit that like button, sub if you haven't, and let's keep rewriting the timeline together. Until next time, stay strong, stay evolving, and as always, stay Chronos.